Okay. I do hate. You stop trying to load things. Okay. But the music in this came cracking out every few. I'm throwing on this list. I should not have switched to Bluetooth mode. It shattered the stream and made me restart it. I'm not gonna read all of this. I'm just gonna slowly clip through it. I don't have the voice for voice act. Y'all just kind of suffer. Kind of close a few extra tabs in it.
よし、それじゃあ一つ気合い入れて一人前になりますか。
Yay. January 30th.
うるさい。止まれ。
He hates waking up, is what I'm getting out of that.
はいよ、もう。昨日は遅くまでやってたんだから。もうちょっと。 通の効かないやつ。遅刻はまずい。そうそう、あらかじめ30分ずらして。
Yeah, I'm not good at voice acting. Do not expect me to voice act. Oh, water mercy.
なんだ、これなら走っていく必要もないか。まあ自慢できることでもないんだけど。
Oh god. I almost went. Fucking. Okay, I'll try it. Similarity magic is the label used for magical mysteries that can't be realized with any amount of time or skill. While magecraft, though it looks mysterious, is something anyone can do with enough time and resources. I'm a mage, and the type of mystics I use are merely magecraft for magic. Using, I know, but that's how it works. Also, modern civilization doesn't accept the existence of mages. We believe in, manipulate, and say things that can't be measured, which puts us at odds with modern society. Above all, there's no point to any of what we do. You'd be so much happier just going to a normal school and becoming a normal adult than you would studying magecraft. Human technology has accomplished great things. Did I say it, Grandpa? For the last few centuries, magecraft has been playing catch-up to the progress of civilization. Nothing is impossible for humanity anymore. The miracles that could only be realized with magecraft in the distant past have been reduced to common tools and appliances. Even so, magecraft does have its benefit. Just as there are things only science can accomplish, there remains only heights only mystics can. If science is racing into the future, then mages are racing into the past. I think the Tosaka Grandmaster said that. Whether you're heading into the past or the future, your destination is the same, 0 or something like that. We can shelve the difficult topic to know. Philosophy is for the elderly. Ugh, I can't walk. I'm kitten. My tongue is tied. Meow. I finished my breakfast and pick up my bag.
ペンダント持ってくれる？
Alright, gotta bring my pendant. Reluctant to take something so valuable to school. That'd be a waste to leave
何
behind.
しろ100年ものの石だものね。うちにある宝石
I
の
mean,
中
this
じゃ
thing's
ダント
100
ツで
years
最強だ
old.
し。
It's by far the most powerful jewelry. Did you forget your wallet? Did you get grocery bags? You want me to grab the ones from the garage? One could even say it's on an entirely different level. I obtained the gem after decoding my father's will last night. It's imbued with 10 years worth of my own magical energy. I've been told that the Tosaka family has heirloom jewels passed down since the olden days, and this might be one of them. Tosaka mages specialize at the conversion and flow of power. We channel our magical energy into precious gems whenever we have a spare moment. Simply put, I'm the gun and the jewels are bullets. The other main thing I inherited from my father is the magic crest engraved into my left arm. The magic crest is proof that I'm the heir to our lineage. It's like all the techniques of the Tosaka condensed into a tattoo.
まだ始まったわけじゃないけど。
Can't let my guard down even if it hasn't started yet. For now, I'll sew my pendant, my father's keepsake, in a pocket.
切り札だものね。
It's my trump card. There's nothing I can't do with the power stored in there. It's 7:30. I better leave so that I won't be late for school.
シュミース、フィアファーレントライ。
Lock, code 3. I'm not trying to read your. I weave energy into a brief foreign phase. As a mage, I cannot neglect the security of my home base. That still applies, even though I've never had so much as a single burglar, lost child, or stray cat wander into my home. Actually, I don't think the neighbors have ever come over to say hello.
別にいいけどね。野良猫でさえ入ってこないってどういうことよ。
That's fine with me, but why don't I ever get stray cats around here? Meow. A look at the mansion that's been my home for over a decade. Yuki is a strange city. One side of the intersection dividing the residential area is filled with old samurai estates, while the side I'm on has an abundance mansion built in European style. Apparently, a whole bunch of foreign families immigrated here long ago. I've never seen a single foreigner around. There's even a cemetery for foreigners in Shinto. New part of the city across the river, but was built for the generation that immigrated
日
here.
本の土が合わなかったのかな。
Maybe Japan just didn't suit them. I make a mental note to ask the priest about it next time I visit the church. He's nothing if not full of boring trivia for sure. Oh god, imagine a priest being worthless.
あれ？
I mean, they kind of are. Oh, something feels off when I step outside.
なんだろう。思った
That's
より
weird.
静
It's
かなんです
quieter
け
than
ど。
I thought. There's no trace of the typical morning bustle. At 7:30 in the morning, that normally workers do it on the daily commute. I guess it's just one of those days. Maybe everyone slept in. It's unusually cold today, so everyone must have settled up in their bed. Still though,
けどさすがに。
even if it were true, it's strange that there isn't this single student on the streets at this time of day. You'd expect to see a student uniform or two, and yet From where I'm standing at the gate, looks like club activities are just starting up, which can only mean...
あれ遠坂
Oh, Tosaka, you're awfully early today.
やっぱりそうきたか。
I knew it. This light side turned to face Suda, who called out to me.
おはよう今日も寒いねこりゃ
Morning, sure is cold today. The girl who addressed me so casually was Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's my classmate in 2A and she has quite a
おは
history.
よう、みつづりさん。
Morning, Mitsuzuri, and sorry for the weird question, but you know what time it is?
何時って
It's not even 7 yet. You still asleep or something? She waves and her hand from her face as if to ask if anyone's home. Ugh, more water. I don't like voice acting. No, no, no. Humpy eyes. Ayako is one of my few friends, and she knows I'm not a morning person. Probably just figured out by now that I'm not still completely with
う
it.
ちの時計1時間早かったみたい。
The clocks at home are an hour ahead, all of them, apparently.
目覚まし時計はおろか。
I thought it was
足
just
時計
my
は
alarm
1時間
clock.
早まってた。
The grandfather clock was off too. Oh my god, dear. Father must have sent the clocks to go haywire once I took the pendant out of the underground cellar.
遠坂
気にしないで。別に大したことじゃないから。
Osaka, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Are you on your way to morning practice, Mitsuri?
ああ弓道部は
Yeah, there's a lot of troublemakers in the Kendo
前
Club.
のが一人減ったから
We're
ね
down one of our best shooters.
4月の新入生獲得のために
Kai-
少しぐらいは
Kaido? Is that
かないと
Kaido or... No, that's Kaido. And we're down one of our best shooters. We need to put a good Oh, if we're gonna track for Sears in April.
そう。器具王が絶えないのね。
I see, sounds rough.
他人事だからって言ってくれるわ
Way to show you care. Oh, wanna come see? I'm sure the boys had left, now you're watching.
弓道部。
The Kibo Club, huh? I'm acquainted with 3 of its members. One is Ayaka, the girl I'm talking to now. I'm realizing. Bleh. Other 2. Of the latter 2, there's only one I actually can't explain away as simply an acquaintance. I became friends with Ayako, the club captain, because I've been watching from afar.
そうね。様子を見るだけなら付き合うわ。
Okay, as long as just watching, I'll come. It's not like I have anything else to do this early in the morning.
よしじゃあ善は急げ早速行こ
Nice. Then let's get going. Ooh woo. Gets going. Ooh woo woo. One of our school's trademarks is its well-equipped archery range. The chair of the school board has a passion for Kyoto, traditional Japanese archery, so they built a magnificent range on campus. Kind of ways for a high school club, to be honest.
うほらほらまだ開始まで時間があるし
Come on, let's go. There's still time before practice starts, so I'll get you some tea. Yes, tee me up, girl. Echoes tugs on my arm, looking somewhat pleased. If I'm being honest, a brusque way of speaking is a bad habit. As Ayako said, there's no one else at the range. Sip Japanese tea that's so hot it numbs my tongue as I prepare ahead for day's classes. The hot drink is delicious in the quiet, wintry archery range. Oh god, she thinks like
単
poetry.
刀直入に聞くけどそっちの調子はどうなのよ遠坂いい加減頼りになる相棒は見つかった
Okay, I'll get right down to it. What's up with you today, Tosaka? Did you finally reel in someone good? And he uses the occasion to ask me something completely ridiculous.
ほんと。いきなり本題に入るのね。 なたは。
You're just getting straight to it today, hmm?
その言いぶりだとそっちはもう見つけたんだ。
Should I take that tone when you beat me to the punch?
ノーコメント。遠坂が手を沸かすまではこっちも秘密さ。
No comment. If you're not showing your cards, neither am I. So how about it?
顔を見ると脈ある
If you're too tired to... If you're being so tired to go by, but I'm right on the mark.
こっちもノーコメント。
No comment either.
どうせ見抜かれるか
Because
ら。
I'm guess even if I tried to hide it, you'd see right through me. Sadly, not yet.
お互いのんびり
What
してる
about
余裕
you?
はない
Can you really afford to take your time on the romantic front? Ooh,
そう
woo.
なんだけど私も雲行きは怪しいわ。とりあえず取り繕うことはできるけどことがことでしょ。この先の命運がかかってる
Oh
んだ
god,
から
this is
妥協
voice
するわけに
lines.
も
I
いか
don't
な
have
いし
to speak. You're not wrong. Things aren't looking too good. Sure, I could grab someone just for appearances. But quality matters, you know. I shouldn't compromise my futures on the line. Girl, no, you shouldn't.
勝手に決めて私に負けるのも嫌。
Uh-huh, and are you that worried that you'd make the wrong choice and lose to me?
もちろん
Obviously, the most important thing is you'd lose to me. What I actually gain in the process is secondary, really. Chuckles confident.
似た者同士ね、私
Huh,
たち。
we're two peas in a pod.
ええ初めて会った時に言ったでしょ。あんたとは
Yeah,
そう
I
いう
told you when we
関係
met
がある
us what it would be like between us. You did, didn't she? Kill or be killed. I'm sure that's how it'll be between the two of us. I'm generally surprised to have someone say that right off the bat. Translation. Our friendship won't bloom unless we're constantly trading blows. But Ayako was getting at. I agree with her. In 2 years since then, I still haven't figured out whether she's my friend or my nemesis.
ところでさ、私たちなんでこんな話して
How
る
did
の
we get on this again?
なんでって言い出した
What?
のは
You
父さんでし
started
ょ。
Tosaka.
あんたがいつまでも彼氏がいないのは女としてどうよなん
You
て
complained that you'd never had a
3年
boyfriend,
になる前
but
に
decided to make it
ど
a
っちが先
contest
に
to
男
see
作る
which
か
who
って
catches
勝負
one
になる。
first, remember?
そうだった。売り言葉に買い言葉ってやつ
Alright, that was the deal. We said whoever loses has to do whatever the winner says today, right?
ええ今時
Yep, I
子供で
don't
も
think
交わさ
even
ない
kids
約
make
束
deal
だ
like
けど
this anymore, but we're both
ど
sore
んな結果
losers.
になろうと負けた方はおとなしく勝者に
No
して
matter
も
what
らうことに
happens,
なる。
Lunar, the loser has to honor the deal. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to winning. Ayako snickers in delight. My goodness. Ayako misses her A's, put it mildly, a handful. Plus. I admit, I'm looking forward to winning myself, so it goes for us both.
そうけど三辻さん、楽しむのは
I
結構だ
see,
け
but
ど
Mrs. Sir, you
お
can
席
look
を
forward
高
to
い
it.
気をつけなさい。
The future.
勝負
Don't
の
lose sight of the
内
goal.
容は後先
There's
負け
more
じ
to
ゃな
our
いし。
contest than being first to the finish.
分かってるって遠坂より早く遠坂が親切
I know, it's not a real victory unless it's a relationship that makes you scream with envy. Ooh, woo.
私たちにとってはそれが一番厄介な問題なんだがどんなにいい男だろうと好きになれなきゃ意
That's
味
the
がない
biggest challenge for us both, though. It doesn't matter how great of a guy he is if we can't bring ourselves to love him. Ako's sigh is heavy. What I heard, she's known to be a misandrist. Can't put too much talking gossip, though. She's made this bad. Made it at all means that she just doesn't like boys, and more that she hasn't found the right person. That aside.
私たちって
Wait,
何よ
when did
私た
this
ち
become we? I'll have you know that I'm not an ice queen like you. I have no problem liking a boy.
ああそれ嘘もしく
Yeah,
は気
not
づいて
buying
ない
it.
だけ
Maybe you haven't realized it, but I can't imagine you getting soft on
今
a
まで
boy.
数えきれないぐらい告白されたくせに一つも色良い返事してないじゃない少しでも興味があるなら
I don't wanna say all that.
なのに
Why'd I agree to play a game I have to talk?
あんたは男に興味がないってこと
Meow, misery has a kitty for company.
発想が貧困ね。
I'm not gonna say anything when they have voice
好きな相
lines,
手がい
but
るから
love
断
that.
ってるって話もありじゃない？
いいね、そういうの。ロマンだな。
Aka's tone is mocking. She nods solemnly. Her sigh tells me it would be nice if it were true. I don't believe myself. I really can't hide anything from her.
そうね。私もそう思う。
He's right. I know very well how cold I
認
am.
めるわ。私、こと恋愛に関しては素人みたい。
I'll concede that I'm novice when it comes to romance. Ugh.
そういうこと。似た者同士だって言ったのも遠坂でしょ。で、もうじき7時か。秘密の話はこの辺にしとこう。いつ人がやってくるかわからないし。
あ、三辻さんにもそういう世間体があったなんて意外だわ。
I'll speak the parts that aren't a voice line. Thank you very much. I'm not trying to be an overachiever.
あんたほど筋金入ってないけどね。私の世間体なんて遠坂凛に比べたら灯籠の斧ってもんよ。
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pre-make lunch since I have a feeling this is gonna be a
別人
long.
格のレベルよ。別人格。
Ooh. There, I got some cheese and rice. Not cheese and rice. I have leftover rice from last night, and I'm heating it up with leftover, because I bought a honeysuckle ham, a huge thing of it, to roast for lunch meat. Because I don't like actual lunch meat. So I bought a whole thing of ham, whole roasted ham. And I keep a thing of glaze. So I cut up some of the ham, tossed it in, threw in a little dash of glaze and some cheese, sprinkled some cheese on it, and then mixed it up and then put it in the microwave. Boom, lunch. Yes, boom, lunch.
東坂はどうして部活に入らないのよ。運動神経がないなんてざれ言は聞かないからね。私は去年の体力測定でことごとくあんたに負けたのまだ恨んでるんだから。
あら、肺活量では三辻さんに負けたわよ。
やったー、重さで3キロ上回ったって体重で勝っても嬉しくないってのよこの時に。
危ない、お茶がこぼれるでしょ三辻さん。首相なんだから道場は大事になさい。
うるさい。私は首相である前に東坂のライバルだ。部員がいなけりゃあんたに食ってかかるのは当然よ。
あら、部員がいなければ首相じゃないなんて問題発言じゃないそれ。
問題発言なもんですか。私はお飾りの首相だから、私以上にしゃがりっぱなやつがいるんだから。
そうなの？藤村先生、三辻さんは飛び抜けてうまい。
あの人がそう言うんなら、そりゃ少しは自信が持てるけど、まあいなくなっちまったやつのことなんて考えても仕方ないか。そうね、藤村先生がそう言ってくれたんなら真面目に首相やんないとまずいか。
そうそう、噂をすれば影。そろそろ部員がやってくる頃でしょ。私は
何見ていかないの？シャ。
見てもわからないもの。遠くから眺める分にはいいけどね。不心得者が道場にいるわけにはいかないでしょ。おはようございます、首相。
ああ、おはようマト。今朝は一人？
はい、力になれず申し訳ありません。
ああ、いいっていいって。本人が弓をやらないって言うんなら無理をさせても仕方がない。
Ayato speaks the first club member to arrive.
それじゃあ失礼するわ。また後でね、三つさん。
ああ、また後でね、遠坂。
Like I said, I'll voice that line, the parts that don't have a voice character, but meh.
お疲れ様です、遠坂先輩。ありがとう。さくらもしっかりね。
やあ、遠坂。おはよう。朝から君に会えるなんてついてるな。
おはよう、マトウくん。今日は早いのね。
当たり前だろ。首相なんだから早めに来ないと一年に示しがつかないじゃないか。
Fujimoto from class 2C grins at me. He's the vice captain of the Kendo Club. And darling of half the girls in school. It's mostly thanks to his looks, of course, but he's admired from his good grades, social graces, and being kind to girls, and an overall heartthrob of something like that. I really don't follow that kind of stuff. It's just what my classmates say.
そう。ご機嫌なところ悪いんだけど、一文字抜けてるわ、マトウくん。大事な字だから忘れない方がいいと思うけど。
一文字抜ける。
幸福の福。字は違うけど響きは一緒でしょ、副首相さん。気をつけなさい。別に首相も副首相も変わらないけど、変に意識するとこだわってるみたいに聞こえるでしょ。
そうだね。今後は気をつける。ありがとう、遠坂。
お礼を言われるようなことはしてないけど、まあマトウくんがそう思ったのなら私には関係ないか。
With that, I turned to leave the range.
ちょっと待てよ。見学に来たんだろ。なら見ていけばいいじゃないか。遠坂なら大歓迎だよ。
遠慮するわ。練習の邪魔をしたくないもの。
そんなの構わないよ。他の連中が気に障るんなら締め出すからさ。
だから邪魔をする気は。それに私別に弓道に興味があるわけじゃない。知らないやつの試合を見ても嬉しくないわ。
なんだよ、父さん。へえ。だっていうのに放課後になると遠くから見てたのはそういうわけかな。
I don't know what he's playing at, but he seems to have seriously misunderstood things.
なんだ、知ってたの、マトウくん。
ああ、よく目が声を返したかったけど一応決まりでね。車上では声を上げちゃいけないんだ。勘違いしてたよ。遠坂は弓が好きなんだと思ってたけど弓道には興味がないんだろう。
離れてくれないかしら、マトウ。
Would you mind taking a step back, Mato? I like my personal space. Kick him in the crotch, girlfriend. Kick the sleaze bag in a crotch.
何？
あきれた。ここまで言ってもわからないのね。趣味じゃないけど仕方ないか。簡単にあなたにも理解できるように。
Kick him in the crotch. Knock out of the family precious family jewels.
マト君、私は弓道に興味がない以上にあなたに興味はないって言ってるのよ。実際
なんだと？
Kick him in the crotch. I must have touched nerve because he tried to grab me roughly. I twist out of his reach and turned to leave.
それじゃあね、マト君。自意識過剰なのも結構だけど、ほどほどにしておいた方がいいわよ。
遠坂、お前。
He sounds like he'd say something, but he keeps temper, doesn't chase after me. This guy is all style, no substance. He had even a little backbone. The people around him wouldn't suffer nearly so much. I take the rear entrance into campus from the archery range. It's past 7 now, but there still are students in the hallways.
あれ？遠坂さんだ。
Hey, it's still stuck. Oh god. Take it.
おはようございます、藤村。
おはよう、遠坂さん。
I really don't want to voice act any of this.
先生は嬉しいよ。
And unlike my darling boyfriend, I don't have the friends to voice act for me.
先生、ちゃんと挨拶をする以外に。
あるわよ。1年生はちゃんと挨拶してくれるんだけどね。上級生になってくると私の名字で挨拶しないんだから。は
あ、よくわかりません。
よしよし。ああ、みんながみんな遠坂さんみたいだったらいいのにな。
遠坂。
You don't like your girlfriend.
こんな朝早くから校舎の見回り？それとも各部室の手入れかしら？どっち？
そういうお前こそ何を企んでいる？部活動もしていないお前が。
ただの気まぐれよ。竜斗くんちみたいに早起きじゃないもの、私。
You insulted his family business.
最近夜遅くまで校舎にいたことはある？
ないわね。私が帰宅部だって知ってるでしょ、竜斗くんは。
当然だ。生徒会長を任されたい。
そう。なら私に聞くまでもないでしょ。なんだ、情報収集は一人でやりなさいよ。私みたいな部外者。
たわけ。 お前のうちの会計の首根っこ掴んで悪さをしたのを知らぬと思ったが。
あら、人聞きが悪いわね。あれは三辻さんに頼まれて、みんなの予算がどこに使われているか調べるなんて、生徒として。
なんと、うちの会計を1週間休ませた精神的ダメージが。
あなたもね、部下の手綱ぐらい文化系ばかりひいきするのはフェアじゃないわ。
分かっている。だからこそ俺の手で不正を正したかったのだが。と、悪い。頼んだのはこっちなのに、エミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった。許せ。ああ、次は視聴覚室だ。そうなんだが、一応見てくれると助かる。俺から見れば臨終だが、お前から見れば仮病かもしれん。
I'm not. I'm not. I don't want to. I'm not gonna voice it. I don't have the voice for it, and I don't have the mental capacity and patience. I can sew a full dress or a tuxedo or even a wedding dress. I have the patience to rewind, but I do not have the skills and necessary qualifications to.
それはいいんだけどさ。
Oh, look at her. She's nosing his tray. Who loves at first wow.
ありがとう、三枝さん。けど、ごめんなさい。いや、そうなんですか。ごめんなさい。余計なことだなんて、そんなことはありません。今日はたまたまだから気にしないで。あ、はい。でも、遠坂さんでも寝過ごすことがあるんですね。ええ、そうなんです。なんとかごまかしてますけど、本当は寝ぼすけなんですよ、私。部活だって朝起きられないから入ってないんです。それじゃあ食堂に行ってきます。はい、遠坂さんも。売られたね、ゆきっち。だから言ったでしょ、遠坂は弁当持ってこないって。釣りたマキ、それは私たちも食堂に移動すればいい。ダメダメ、食堂は狭いんだから。弁当が前の休みだってさ、二人で遊びに行ったのにあいつだけ得しちゃってさ。やだよね、美人を鼻にかけた優等生は。マキの字、君の陰口は遠坂城に聞こえているようだが。やべ、遠坂に聞かれた。ゲゲ睨んでんだよ、あれ。あいつは笑ってる時が一番怖いんだから。なんだよ、いいじゃんか、口ぐらい多めに見ろよ。私と遠坂の仲だろ。たい焼きおごってやっただろ。
Wind chimes.
気にしないでいいの。それと牧寺さ、おごらされたのは私で、品物はたい焼きではなくクレープでした。マジこれ、あの笑顔。なんだよ、大差ないじゃんか、たい焼きもクレープも。 どっちも甘いの皮で包んでるんだからさ。
Blasphemous for a girl.
たい焼きとクレープが同じですって。何本気で悔しがってるんだ私。さて、とりあえずご飯と。
Ugh. I'm really getting impatient. So she has a frontline personality.
で部活動のない生徒は速やかに帰宅するように。
どうさか。
ええ、朝方麻藤君と一見あったし。そう、迷惑をかけてしまった。
別にマトウが下級生をいびるのは。
そう、よかった。
はいはい、これに懲りずまた寄っていってちょうだい。
留守電なんて珍しいな。相手はやっぱりあんたか、キレ。
私だ。分かっていると思うが、あまり悠長に構えられては困る。早々にマスターを揃えねばならん。マスターの権利を放棄するというのなら、今日中に連絡しろ。予備の魔術師を派遣するにも、お前にはすでに0時の兆しが現れているのだ。もっとも、聖杯戦争に参加しないというのならば話は別だ。命が惜しいのなら、早々に。
言われなくても分かってるわよ。聖杯戦争。たった一つきりの聖杯を奪い合う殺し合い。何百年も前から伝わってきた聖杯の儀式か。ほんと、父さんもセイバーにゆかりのものを残してくれればよかったのに。サーバント、強力なサーバントを呼び出したいのなら、そのサーバントにゆかりのあるものが必要不可欠なのだ。父さんの遺言に期待してたんだけどな。これはこれでものすごい切り札なんだけど、いいわよ、そんなものに頼らなくたってなんとかなるわ。そもそも私以外にセーバーを扱えるマスターなんているはずないし。消去の中に大挙。大挙の陣を4つ刻んで召喚の陣で囲んだ。
This bitch forgot her clocks were out of sync. I wouldn't do a summoning circle in the house, girl. Those are volatile in nature. Especially a manor house, even a basement wouldn't be meant to withstand I'm assuming your father had several wards in place, seeing as you had a locking mechanism.
そう銀と
But typical of you would have at least a room meant for something, not just put private randomly into a basement somewhere.
降り立つ風には壁を四方の門は閉じ王冠より受け王国に至る三スタルは循環せよ
Oh god, girl. Okay, you drew yours as melted jewels. You need to not fuck up your basics.
満たせ満たせ
When something is a written law, you activate it according to the written law.
繰り返し都度にごたび
You do not fuck up what is already a guaranteed system. If you alter it, you can damage it, and you can have a fucky-wucky situation. The drawback could be in any skill to like boom boom, your house is with goners. And so is you.
満たされる時を破却する
This bitch thought by sacrificing something imbued with more power, well, she should have mixed in some blood with it. To want to make it powerful, she would have mixed in blood from when she was at her peak. The previous night, and with the mixed jewels. She just used melted jewels. Yes. Because the blood is a stabilizing agent within most magic. If a magic requires blood, it's because the blood is a stabilizing agent that prevents things from going too out of whack. Do not go fucky-wucky and try to be extra special with things. Okay, it will not work. Trying to be all special and a fucky-wucky is not what's just going to cause a fucky-wucky of some form. Yes, there's a high probability this will succeed. In fact, it will succeed. Is she gonna have a massive drawback of something? Because the iron or the blood element did not successfully ground everything to be contained. So even if she fails or succeeds, the circle is gonna cause an explosion. Iron is a grounding element in magic. You cannot substitute it for other things. When hardcore magic requires blood, it is mainly used as a stabilizing agent. It is not meant to be like, ooh, it's so dark, it needs my blood to be extra powerful. No, it needs that bit of blood. Whether it be from yours, chicken, a cow, or a damn horse. It just needs the blood to stabilize what you're trying to do. Blood is a natural stabilizing agent in ritualistic magic. Do not overfuck it. If you need to use melted jewels to increase the power of your ritual, you need to mix some blood in with it. This girl is meh.
Hey, honey.
Hey, darling.
How's the visual novel?
I like it, though I have immediate issues with Tosaka.
You have a meeting with Tosaka?
Immediate issues with her.
Ah, what's the problem?
When you use any ritual circle, because she stated that in the ritual circle, because most ritual circles require blood as a stabilizing agent, it's iron. Iron is a major stabilizing agent in a lot of rituals, most like circles.
Yeah.
For a reason. She substituted blood for melted jewels.
She stopped. So instead of going with blood, she used melted jewels.
Yeah. To increase.
Doesn't.
Her ritual is not going to be stable. The whole point of blood being used in a drawn circle is to stabilize it so it can't backlash. Iron is a well-powered stabilizing agent. She could have used her blood from when her magic was at her most potent, which in her case, she
because
said it is 2
she is a
a.m.
mage. She's literally trying to get the perfect timing. She's trying to, use everything right, and she's literally a mage. So her blood would literally be the most potent for this.
At 2, and she could take it at any 2 a.m. since she said herself, her magic is at strongest at 2 a.m. So she could have drew some blood of her own blood at 2 a.m. Or she could have used chicken blood and imbued it with some magic, and that would have worked.
Yeah, and use it as a substitute.
But she could have got chicken blood and been imbuing it with magic for a few days over it. That when she's her strongest, and that would have worked. She didn't do any of that. She just used melted gems, which is a huge mistake. Because now her ritual will not be stabilized. Will it work? Probably. But it will cause a massive backlash of some kind.
Will basically cause an aberration or problems, more or less.
Yeah. And she's
by the way,
summoning something.
Yeah, she's summoning something, heroic spirit. Quite literally something very strong and kind of very important to get right.
The blood for a ritual stabilizes everything. It holds it in anchor, it prevents anything from escaping, it prevents explosions. So this will either explode her home, cause an issue. If the servant is, obviously she's the main character, so the servant will be summoned, the servant will have an issue. She's trying to summon a saber, obviously she's not going to summon a saber. She could have actually summoned Saber. She flawed her own ritual. If she didn't flaw her ritual and cause it to have an instability, she could have gotten a Saber servant. Because remember, Artoria has an archer class. Most knights have an archer class. Artoria has several different classes she could be summoned because of the amount of legend she's in.
Yeah.
There are so many ways you can summon a servant. So, honestly, Shiro could have ended up with an archer version of Saber. Of a
I'm not sure how that would have worked.
Because he wasn't... He himself in the circle was drawn by Saber. The circle in his house was drawn by Saber. So it would have summoned her regardless. Ren didn't use a pre-existing circle made by her family. Not only did she write this circle last minute in a basement. In a basement. You do not write a summoning circle typically in your home. One outside of where you live. If something goes wrong, you're out of a home. That's why most people have like a shed that they've imbued with enough materials that can withstand, that are literally meant. Like, a lot of IRL magic people have rooms meant for this stuff, have entire areas separated. Either like a sub-area outside, a massive shed, an outhouse, something to use. Instead of just inside her home. She messed up 5 times in what I've seen. And she's like, I'm gonna be the best Tosaka mage. Makes 6 mistakes before. And I don't know if she even remembered that her clocks were ahead. And she didn't mention that she fixed it. Her clocks ran an hour ahead in the beginning. She mentioned that she didn't.
Yeah. Rin's smart, but the problem is she has an ego.
See, this wouldn't have happened if she had used blood. The mana wouldn't try to kill her from backlash. She's already suffering backlash from the ritual. The mana she'd be taking in wouldn't be considered poisonous to her body like it is right now. That's the whole
Yeah.
point of the element of iron. Whether it be your blood and animal's blood are literally ground up particles of iron rubbed in with made into a paste. You need iron in a ritual. Blood is just the easiest thing to come by. It doesn't matter what type of blood. You can use your blood when you're considered at your highest potential in your magic cycle. Or you can use it from your lowest cycle and imbue it constantly when you're at your highest cycle. But you do not substitute an important grounding element because you're a prideful, egotistical bitch. I'm sorry, I'm passionate about this.
You are very angry.
Honey, I have literally told you, my family's been pagan mages for years.
Yeah,
We
I
have
know.
a grimoire wrapped in human skin. Back
Oh, dear God.
from the Roman Empire. That's how far my family lineage goes, is a little bit before
Okay,
the
back
Roman
from the
Empire.
Roman Empire. That makes a bit more sense, but dear God, wrapped in human skin is kind of horrifying, honey. Oh, also I sent you what my princely designed. They're gonna make a few revisions, but the outfit is mostly gonna stay the same. If you wanna look, I sent it to you through DMs. If you wanna
Okay.
look at that.
I'll take a look at that. Yeah, honey, I don't really... Like, a lot of... Oh, that looks amazing, dear. Yeah, my family... I am literally the first person in my family that will go out and talk to everyone. I am the outliner in what my family lineage is.
Basically, you are the what's the right word?
The anomaly within the family. The
Commuting
black
with
sheep.
the commoners. Yeah. Which is me. I mean, my family used to own a business, but that's closer to being new money than anything else.
We are very old money. There's when you come here, dear, I'm been renovating the house, and they're in the second floor west wing. That used to be where we used to keep a lot of the cursed stuff. I've had to pay people from the Vatican to help me move some of it to
People from the Vatican?
Yeah, it's a whole thing. That's just how old some of the relics
priests.
Yeah, I've had to hire some few priests from the Catholic Church. Because some of the stuff in that house is extremely volatile and cursed. I'm trying to make the house livable for people.
That makes sense, honey. Don't worry. But yeah, I'm glad you like the design. Oh, I have one more thing to show you. Because it's my friend's making this for us, who's back from her stuff, and she originally wasn't going to do a commission for me because she didn't have the time or skill, so I just said, you know what, make these commissions for me, which are two things, and this is one of them. I think you're going to like this one.
Oh god. She did a
There you
whole...
I know.
You know, she wouldn't feel like any of this if she... Oh, I love it, darling.
I like that little switch right there. Well, yeah, I'm glad you like it. Mia's wonderful at her work. Yeah. But, yeah, honestly, the outfit I chose kind of makes me look like King Louis. I think...
Honey.
But yeah.
I won't care if you look like one of my ancestors. I don't mind.
I forgot that you were related to King Louis. But yeah, honestly, the one thing I've been wanting to watch from Fate was the Lord Elmaloy files, where they go more into the different type of mages.
Oh yeah, we should watch that. That's a really good series.
Yeah.
she is having so much backlash from this because she didn't use iron. Because all those symptoms that she's feeling are heavy backlashes from her fucking up. I am so pissed I'm trying to clap.
Of course. Mhm.
If you had actively used blood, you wouldn't feel this. It'd be a light prick sensation on your hand, the sample would have formed, and the ritual, and you would have felt the ambient magic, not feeling it attack you, you stupid. Unironically, the symbol formula that they use to summon heroic spirits is almost the same formula, magical seal symbol formula, that you use to create a familiar. Unironically.
Interesting.
Down to most of the material compositions needed to form the basic circle. The inner writing is obviously different, but the shape of it is similar. Almost the exact same.
Also, I just realized, oh, that's what you meant by the house isn't ready. Because I remember you asking what's going on, and then you said, oh, the house isn't ready for everyone to stay in.
Honey, I don't think you would live very long in my house. With everything that's cursed, like even on the walls, the paintings, everything else, I can't even say that while stuff's getting renovated. Make it livable for normal people. I'm using the excuse of my grief, but get away with it, but you wouldn't need to forcibly draw in that energy had you just used blood. The circle itself would have gathered and stored the energy. You wouldn't have needed to take on the energy. You would have needed to physically be standing in the circle.
I did find an interesting TTRPG that I want to try playing one day.
In fact, you should never stand in a summoning circle.
Yeah. Also, she sent me the finished product for those dancing chibis. One with and without the background.
I can't get over it in my head. How many times she's screwed with this? First of all, you don't stand in the middle of a summoning circle. You are trying to use that circle to summon something. Do not stand where you are trying to summon something. She didn't use the stabilizing agent, so all the magic that the circle was creating, she had to forcibly bear, as if she's creating, and as in her own words, it's like she's creating a whole new magical crest. Which is the same feeling as having your nerve system being ripped apart and reassembled.
Even Shiro later makes fun of her for some of her stupidity, though he doesn't say it out loud, he says it in his head.
She is basically... She didn't use a stabilizing agent. She is forcing herself to take on the mana because the circle cannot hold the mana itself. She is standing in the circle. She never stand in the middle of a ritualistic circle that is used to summon or bind something. Oh, come forth from the circle. Where are you gonna appear? Because I'm standing in the middle of your circle that you're supposed to appear from.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
kind of another
flawless.
reason it goes
You're the
awry.
strongest card. Not like you didn't fucky it up. No shit. You're standing where where your servant's supposed to appear. You are summoning in the circle that is meant to bind them. You were not supposed. Now there could be anywhere in the world. And also, if the summoning decided, because you technically stood in the middle of the circle that dominates and binds them, you could have bound yourself to them and made you their bitch. They do not have to listen to you, woman. The circle that she made has the symbols in it for summoning, binding, control are some of the key aspects of those circles. Summon, bind, empower, and serve. Meant all to bind to her. She stood in the middle of that circle. Not only would what she's summoning would appear somewhere else, if that thing is cynical enough, it could have bound her to it. You do not touch, lean over, or do anything in a circle you're trying to summon. You cannot mess up. This is why so many movies are with idiots summoning a demon, going, the heck? Because every step of a summoning is so important that if you go fucky wucky with just one single step, you can end up being the bitch of that thing you're summoning. Or better yet, you bind yourself to the thing. It's no wonder why she summoned an archer.
Yeah. I mean, she's summoned one of the strongest classes, but still, even so.
Her whole process to summon a saber was correct. The ritual was designed to summon a saber.
Yeah.
However, every step she did made it so an archer would appear. She would have either summoned an archer, a caster, or an assassin. And not a saber, a lancer, or a rider. Or even a berserker. The berserker would have killed her upon summoning, so I would have hoped she wouldn't have done that. But when you have a circle meant for that, if you backlash it, it will split outwards. If you're trying to summon a saber and you backlash the circle, probabilities that will appear are either an archer, an assassin, or a caster. Because all three are direct opposite personality-wise of a saber.
It does make sense, though. And of course, Archer here isn't very happy with her. And of course, Rin's about to use up one of her command seals for the stupidest thing in the world.
あんた何
Those things are kind of important just to keep them from, sometimes killing you.
The fact that he wasn't summoned. Oh, thing is, Archer probably summoned himself.
Yeah, you most definitely did.
The most probable thing is Rin Circle probably did fail and Archer decided to summon himself.
He's a counter guardian after all, the will of humanity. And all that. Anyway, honey, I have to get back to work. They want me there quicker than I thought.
Alright, love
Have
you.
fun, okay? Love you too.
Mm.
確認するけど、あなたは私のサーバントで。
それはこちら。
I have so much anger for. Let's see. Uh,
私だって初めて。
そうか。
honestly,
本気？ひな鳥じゃあるまいし、目を開けた時にしか主を決められないなんて冗談はやめてよね。まあいいわ。私が聞いて、それをはっきりさせない以上。
召喚に失敗しておいてそれか。この場合。
そんなのないわよ。主従関係は一番初めにはっ。
主従関係ははっきりさせておくか。なあ、確かにその意見には賛成だ。どちらが強者で、どちらが弱者なのか、明確にしておかなければ。
どちらが。
ああ、私もサーバントだ。呼ばれたからには主従関係、どちらがより優れたものか。さて、その件でいくと、君は私のマスターにふさわしい魔術師なのかな、お嬢さん。
あなたの意見、私が聞いているのは、あなたが私のサーバントかどうか。
おお、なるほどなるほど。そんな当たり前。
だから一番初めに確認するのは召喚者の務めよ。さあ答えな。
はあ、仕方あれまい。
当たり前じゃない。
おお、それで君が私のマスターである証は。
ここへ。納得いった？これでもまだ文句を言っ。
はあ、まあその考えがだ。まったく、私が見たかったのは。
何よ。
そう願いたいが、そうはいくまい。霊樹がある以上、私の召喚者は君のようだ。信じがたいが、君は全くもって不満だが、とりあえず君は私のマスターだ。だが、これが最大の譲歩だ。それで構わないな。
そう。不満だけど認めるくせに、私の意見には取り合わないってどういうことかしら。
oh my god.
あなたは私の。
Girl, this is all your fault. You failed the summoning. I'm pretty sure Archer just decided to summon himself at this point. I don't think you even properly summoned him. He just summoned himself using that weak connection.
Ah? 形のそれなら未熟な君でも命だけは助かるだろう。怒ったのか。私の勝利は君のものだし、どうせ君に霊樹はまあ。
あ、玉きた。いいわ。そんなに言うなら使ってやろうじゃない。アンファン。
まさか。
そのまさかよ、この礼儀知らず。フィアトラーク、アイノイエナーゲル、アイノイエスケナツ、アイノイエスフィアブレヒン。
待て、正気かマスター。
うるすいい、あんたは私のサーバントなら、私の言い分には絶対服従ってもんでしょ。
考えなさか君は。こんな大雑把なことにレイジを使うなど。なるほど。君の性質、念のため尋ねるが。
知ってるわよ。サーバントを律する3回きりの命令権でしょ。それが何よ。
I get myself so worked over these
行動を止めるだけで
games.
なく、行動を強化させるという意味でもある。
At least those that actually have magical. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna help Grandpa carrying some groceries. I'm gonna quickly run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Leave. Okay. I'm back. Oh. Wow. Okay, now how to finally resync the model. Boom. Then continue with the game.
例えば私はここから遠くの場所まで瞬間的には移動できない。強制命令権とはそういうことだ。サーバント自身でも制御できない。
知ってるわよ、そんなこと。いいじ
確かレイジというものは曖昧な命令には効きが弱くなる。私を守り通せ、この戦いに勝てなどといった広く長く効果が続くものにはレイジの力が弱くなる。逆に次の一撃を死ぬ気で放て、あのグラスだけは壊すなといった単一の命令は絶対で、よほど強力なサーバントでも逆らうのは難しくなる。さて、ここま
ゃわかるわよ。効果も戒めも薄いならサーバントはレイジュに。
そうだ。レイジとはもともと、君の先ほどのレイジはまさにそれだ。私が君に従うかは話し合いで解決できたことだし、仮にレイジを使ったところで全ての言動に絶対服従な。
じゃあ
通常ならそうなのだがな。
桁が違った。ちょっとあなた、自分が今どんな状態なのか正直。
ああ、誤算というのは先ほどの命令では少しはマスターの意見を尊重しようという程度の心変わりにしかならない。だが今の私は君の言葉に強い強制を感じている。つまりマスターの意向に逆らうと体が重くなって動きづらいというところか。前言を撤回しよう。年齢は若いが子供と侮り戦いから遠ざけようとしたのは私の過ちだった。
やめてよ。確かに。
そうか。いや、話。
なんか切り返し早いわ。
何？誤算は誤算だったが、嬉しい誤算というやつだったからな。
じゃあレイジュ抜きで
無論だ。
契約？
そう、マスターの力だ。魔力提供量は十分だ。経験的に問題、普通の魔術師ならばサーバント、先ほどのレイジといい、この魔力量といい、マスターとして君は間違いなく一流だ。
今更褒めたって何も出ないけど。
Flattery will get you everywhere.
あなた何のさ。
見てわからないか。ああ、それは結構。
わかったわ。ねえ、あなた。
残念ながら剣は
ドジったわ。あれだけ宝石を使っておいて。
悪かったな。
ああ、
どうせアーチャーでは派手さにかいいだろう。後で今の暴撃。
はい。何？勘に触った？あーちゃん。
触った。見ていろ。必ず自分が幸運だったと思い知らせてやる。
そうね。そうなったら素直に謝らせてもらうか。
ああ、忘れるなよマスター。もっともその時になって謝られてもこちらの気は晴れんだろうがな。
まあいいわ。それであんたどこの英霊なのよ。あーちゃん？
それは私がどのようなものだったかは。
あのね、つまんない。
それはなぜかというと、マスターを侮辱するつもり。ただこれは君の不完全な召喚のツケだぞ。どうも記憶に混乱が見られる。自分が何者であるか
気にすること。あんたがどんな英霊か知らなきゃどのくらい強いのかわからない。
なんだ、そんなことは問題で。
さまつってあんたね。 相棒の強さがわからないんじゃ作戦の立てようがないでしょ。そんなんで戦っていけるわけないじゃない。
何を言う。私は君が呼び出したサーバントだ。
もういいか。誰にも正体がわからないってことには変わりはないんだし、敵を騙すにはまず味方から。わかった。それじゃああーちゃん、最初の仕事。
早速か。それで敵は？
下の掃除お願い。あんたが散らかしたんだから責任持ってきれいにしといてね。
待て。君。
使い魔でしょ。ちょっと生意気で扱いに困るけど。
意義あり。
いいの？これマスターとしての命令よ。まああなたはその程度じゃどうってことないだろうけど。
了解した。地獄に
Who the hell? 'll throw out Sean here. I don't know why I'm watching this person. Their voice annoys me. I like their emotes, their voice, however, I would never have watched or found this on my own. Get their partner. Why do people just give me random emotes or random streams errors I do not understand or want to be? I'll throw his up on. I'm a very picky person. I stick around your streams. There's a high chance I like you as a person. If I find one point of that person annoying, I do not stick. I will not lurk. I will not do anything. I will wait until whatever gets up is over and never think of it again. These things something and of a servant, mark of Can I at least get through the prologue?
もう朝9時過ぎてる。遅刻どころ体が重い。半分以上持ってかれたみたいね、これは。そうだ、私セイバーじゃなく魔力が戻るまで1日ちょいか。今日は鳴らし運転ってことに。まあ問題なんてあるわけないけど。あいつの記憶が戻るまで切り札は封印か。思い出せないんじゃ使いようがないしね。まあ火はこっちにもあるし、なんとかやっていくしかないか。
I mean, you've fluffed up your summoning
あ、見直し
in
たか
so
も
many
ね。
ways I can count.
日はとっくに昇っているぞ。また随分とだらしがないんだね。
おはよ
何、一晩過ごした部屋だからな。どこに何があるか把握したよ。あ、なるほど。紅茶でよければご馳走しよう。
う。まあいいけど、疲れてるのは事実だし飲む。
何、感想が聞きたかったが、もったいない。
ごちそうさま。結構よ。私は茶坊主が欲しくてマスターになったわけ。
そうか、確かに私も茶坊。
ええ、私が求め家事をこなすサーバントなんて聞いたことがないし、する必
ん
要。別に。それよりあなた自分の正体を思い出せた？わかった。じゃあ出かける支度をして、はーちゃん。
出かける支度？いや、そんな必要はないだろ
あのね、そんな格好で出歩くつもり？どう見ても普通じゃない？私、自分から私はマス。
う。ああ、それも問題はない。サーバントはもともと霊体だ。
ああ、そっか。召喚されたって英霊は英霊だものね。
自然。そうなったサーバントは守護霊のようなものだ。レイラインで繋がっているマスター もっとも会話程度はできるから。
お、便利。それじゃあ本当。
まあだが優れた魔術を知るサーバントならば遠く離れたサーバントの位置さえ把握するだろう。マスター、私のクラスは何か忘れたのか？遠く離れた敵の位置を探るなど騎士上がりにできるものか？
わかったわ。
No, other
じゃあ
servants
とりあえず後
probably
についてきて、
can.
ハーちゃん。あなたの呼び出された世界を
They
見
probably
せてあ
can
げるから。
detect him within a certain range. And she technically summoned her servant second to last. And it takes a lot of magical energy to summon a servant, or even a familiar. Because to create and summon a familiar takes a lot of energy, a lot of prep work. And she blotched it. She didn't use iron, which is the containment stabilization mechanism. To that end, even something as even a berserker, which in this series is classified as mindless in a rampage, would have known where she is. All the other servants definitely know where she is. And her base is not secure at all, beyond what protections that she has on the place.
大切。
まったく。
契約において最も重要な交換。
君な、朝は弱いんだな、本当に。
ああ、
思い当たったか？まあ、今からでも遅くはないさ。それでマスター、君の名前は？これからは何と呼べばいい？
私、東坂凛よ。あなたの好きなように呼んでいいわ。
それではリンと。ああ、リン。
うるさい。いいからさっさと行くわよ、あーちゃん。とにかくありえる。こいつなら絶対そうだ。ここが神都の公園よ。これで主だったところを歩いて回ったわけだけど。
広い公園だ。
やっぱりそう見える？まあ、ここはちょっとした曰くがあるから。10年前の話よ。この辺り、その後町は復興し、焼け野原になって何もなくなったから公園にしたらしいわ。気づいたみたいね。
なるほど。サーバントというのは霊体だ。そのあり方は怨念、猛襲に近い。故に同じ無念には敏感なのさ。街中でも濃い場所はあるが、ここは別格だ。我らから見れば固有結界のそれに近い。
有結界だなんてアーチャーのくせに珍しい言葉を。だってそうじゃない。固有結界っていうのは魔術師にとっては禁忌中の禁忌、奥義の中の奥義だもの。
リン、英雄とは剣術魔術に長けたもの。アーチャーだからといって弓しか使えないと思うのは勝手だが、私以外のサーバントにそんな楽観は持たないでくれ。リン、ズバリ言おう。
何？
いや、失礼。
なおさら悪いわ。
リン、
ちょっと黙って、あーちゃん。誰かに見られ。私じゃ見つける。あーちゃん。
難しいな。
ってことは、見てるのはマスターね。
レイジはレイジに反応する。マスターであるのなら。
ええ。けど高位の術者なら自分の魔力ぐらい隠し通せる。いくら霊樹同士が
Finding a magical signature. Let me put this bluntly. Unlike what she's suggesting, hiding a magical signature is actually one of the very first things any child born into a family of those who practice magic, even modern magic. What she refers to as magecraft is what our world refers to as modern magic. It chases after the illusion of older magic. The illusion of all the things that existed in a lot of the older families that still have grimoires and who've kept their families alive. Similar to what the type moon or this world represents, it's more they in some of the parts they describe magic as in a class system. That is also true. Those who practice and those who are born. There's a whole caste and classes system.
反応するって言っても、その霊樹だって魔力で発動するものよ。
However, one of the very first things you'll ever be taught is how to prevent your energy from leaking. Because I'm gonna point this out once. The difference, the only actual structural difference between someone who actively knows magic and, let's say, a normal person, is the very thing that makes a human, a typical average day Joe, so you will, is they have what's called a veil of ignorance. The phrase ignorance is bliss has an actual term, an actual meaning to those outside who do not have the veil of ignorance. Those who don't have a veil of ignorance cannot technically call themselves human. This world is filled with horrors. The supernatural things you will see, like ghosts. Some people are those who feel the supernatural, like ghosts and stuff, typically are at the borderline edge of ignorance. If they step too closely and keep firmly planting their belief in it, their ignorance will be ripped off and they'll be left to stare at the world as it truly is, not as the lens of ignorance.
であるマスター自身は魔術回路を閉じていれば見つけることは難しいわ。
One of my old friends, or not really old, don't really talk to much anymore, but they had an issue with a ghost that they've seen that followed them from place to place. They gave it constant acknowledgement, so they started seeing more and more things.
厄介だな。
And I flat out told
こちら
him,
はいいように位置を知らせてい
you're
ると思う。
acknowledging it to the point where your veil of ignorance is lifting. The minute you stop giving it form and contrast, you turn your back to it and sees its acknowledge of its existing, you rebuild your ignorance. Someone who's had their veil of ignorance lifted can gain ignorance back. It is a cycle. A cycle that flows.
でしょうね。まあ私だって家探しすれば魔力殺し。
I don't want to say it like how I feel it. But ignorance, it's in itself. The veil of, the veil that is.
必要ないと。
そうだって隠さなければ向こうからやってきてくれるでしょ。こっちから出向く手間が省けるわ。
The veil of ignorance is what separates. Say that. Have fun yakking with Rodney? I put away the paper towels for you and put away the paper towels in the garage. Also put the potatoes where the other potatoes are in the garage.
I couldn't find that one ice cream spot.
I also forgot hot dogs.
No, I couldn't get out of it. It's stock and shelves.
Yeah, they did that with the yogurt the other time. I decided to just get around them.
Buy a roast too.
I'll buy it next week. I'll buy one next week. I'll buy one next week. Just put it on my list.
何の自信過剰はいけないって言いたいの？
君はそのままが一番強い。
And I have that card. I have that food
口
card
を通せ
thing.
てやるがよかろう。
But yeah, I'll pick up the roast next week. I don't really need much. I just always get a little L out of excess things anyway. If you want to make a roast for dinner, I'll grab a roast. If I'm still here for Thanksgiving, I was gonna grab stuff for Thanksgiving. That's what I said. If I'm still here in November, I'll grab stuff for Thanksgiving.
よくもま
What? I don't know if you want to get a turkey or a ham. Or a prime rib roast. I can get it off the card. I know, it would be a two-person one.
あ、素直な感想を少し。
何？
そうでもないな。
そうなの？
いや、さすがに隣町までは見えない。
I know, it would still be nice to just have a decent Thanksgiving dinner, even if it's just the two of us.
嘘。
I could get us a small primer bros. Yeah,
びっくり。そんなわけ。
hopefully.
それは問題発言だ。帰ってから追求しよう。
A lot of the places I submit applications for don't have openings until just after Christmas. Yeah. I had one reply to me saying that the unit that they posted is not available till after Christmas. The unit that called to say that they'd be happy to have me is not open till after Christmas. Because their person's lease ends December 1st, and they're gonna not have it open for moving until January 1st. I told them I'd take it, that they won't sign the papers with me until just after December. Another person moves out. Mount Brennan?
した。
リン、敵を見つけたのか？
別に。ただの知り合い。私たちには関係のない一般人よ。こんなところね。
ん？ああ、町のことならわかる。あとは泳い掴んでいくさ。
なら今日はここまでね。私もまだ本調子じゃないし。
I don't know why they don't talk before they open.
あれ、さくら？
リン。
黙ってて。うん。
Oh, they're probably doing a story reorganization then.
あんまり顔を合わせたくないの。
リン、知り合いとは？
いいえ、知らない。この辺りは洋館が多いから、どっかよそか。あ、
さあ、実態はあるから。
そうよね。マスターでもないし、ただの
二人とも言ったな。男は。
それじゃああなたはここを使って。
とりわけ重要な疑問はない。すぐ。
ええ。それじゃあ明日、今朝の紅茶をよろしくね。そうだ、眠る前に綺麗に連絡しないと。
I saw that.
でも、
I saw since you got 4 cans of soup.
綺麗？私だけど、昨日サーバントと契約したから、正式にマスター討論。
いいだろ。ではどう？
ああ、それって父さんの遺言。
待てリン。マスターになったのなら。
さて、これで準備は終わりっと。
February 6th. The official technical first day of the
何？
ええ。
問題はないが、しかし、それは。 マスターになったか。
そんなことはないけどね。いいあーちゃん、私は
そうか。だが霊体化して
当たり前じゃない。学校に限らず外に出るときは
それを聞いて安心した。信頼に応えるのは騎士の務め。せいぜい期待に。だがりん、もしもの話だ。そうだ。
それはないんじゃないかな。
マスターになっている。
あのね、うち以外に魔術師の家系、そいつマスターにはなってなかったし、あっちの家系の後継者には。
そうか。つまりリンの通う学校には。
そういうことだから。
まあだがりん、何事にも。
だからいないってば。断言するけど、うちの学校に魔術師は2人しかいないわ。分かった？アーチャーの用心はただの杞憂。
だからもしもの話だ。本来ありえざることが起こる。もしそういった事態になった場合、私に八つ当たりをするのだけは思いとどまってほしいと言っているのだ。
Take him to school with you.
そんなことあるわけないじゃない。もし。
よし、君の学び屋まで30分。そろそろ出なければ間に合わない時間帯だ。ああ、私も驚いている。いや、何事もケチをつけておくものだな。
空気
完全にではない。ここまで
とんでもない城
で。
さあ、私のテリトリーでこんなゲスなもの仕掛けたやつなんて問答無用でぶっ倒すだけよ。手伝うわ、さくら。どうさか。何、プリント？世界史って言ったらうちの担任じゃない。くずき。いいっていいって。くずき先生のところです。納得。くずき。試験って学校の試験をですか？そう、あれは去年の中間試験だったかな。みんながガーッとマークシートを塗りつぶしてる時、なんかくずき先生らしいですね。それ先生、くずきのは度が過ぎてるけどね。そう？まあ確かにくずきはもうちょっと柔軟性があればなって思うけど、まあそんなことよりさくら、ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだけどいい？昨日の話なんだけど。見てたんですか？たまたま。それであれ何だったの？知り合い？いいえ、それがよくわからない人だったんです。あの人、道に迷ってたみたいでした。いろいろ聞いてくるんだけど、何を言ってるのか聞き取れなくて。そっか、ごめんなさい。いえ、構いません。そう？それじゃあまたね。さくら、最近は。はい。そう。シンジがまた何かやったら言いなさい。心配いりませんよ、先輩。兄さん、この頃は優しいんですから。
Boy.
始めるわよ、あーちゃん。まずは結界の下調べ。どんな結界かを調べてから消すか残すか決めましょう。 つ目か。とりあえずここが起点みたいね。参ったな。これ私の手には負えない。
Oh. Yeah, that's what for the Brahmana. With those symbols, it's no wonder why they called it that. Oh, it will be arranged. Feeding.
アーチャー。
ご推察の通りだ。我々は基本的に霊体だと言った。君たちが肉を栄養とするように、サーバントは栄養を取ったところで基本的な能力は変わらないが、取り入れれば取り入れるほどタフになる。つまり
マスターから提供される。
足りなくはないが大いに越したことはない。実力が劣る場合、周囲の人間からエネルギーを奪うのはマスターとしては基本的な戦略だ。そういった意味で言えばこの結界は効率がいい。
それ勘に触るわ。二度と口にしないで、あーちゃん。
Yeah.
同感だ。私も真似をするつもりはない。
さて、それじゃ消そうか。
Unironically, a few of those symbols can actively be used in modern stuff. Each of these symbols actually is an individual circle meant to connect to the main one. Each of these indicates the barrier needed. There's probably an additional and these points indicate the pattern that it suckles. Then this is the actual rune work that designs what the circles do. And then this is just the symbol. Literally the excess. In truth, the very center doesn't really need to be here. It would just be everything but this part. This part is probably just the mark of the caster. Like when you put a stamp on a wax stamp on a letter. That's what this is. Indicating the owner of the seal. Or circle. Each of these symbolizes an external, an extra seal. Meaning that there is not 8, there is 9. This is just the main code. The activation unit. if I were to draw off this, each of these is a symbol of a circle. Then these are the inner points of the circle that it's connected to. This is the code of the circle, what it describes what it wants to do. Each of these will do. And then that means internally this is the main symbol. Meaning that each of these symbols etched, each of these would be these symbol signs would be what this would be placed in the center as an individual activation. Because this is the caster's mark. This is the main one. However, based on these symbols, it not only tells what it does, what it's going to do, it also initiates as a countdown. It lists right here what it's doing, how it's doing it, and the warning of how it even will tell you. Oh, it also inscribes a direct warning, meaning what I can read from all this, you cannot shut down one and cut off everything. You have to, in order to get to stop this, the main activation, you have to individually cut off all 8 points. If you even just cut off 1 point, this whole thing will still go off and do what it intends to do. That's not gonna work. It's gonna restructure itself. It also has a self-redrawing symbol. You can't erase the main one without erasing all 8. They will just remake the main one, and the main one will remake the 8. Then a single fortnight if it's left untouched.
これ
いや、小細工を浪するのは魔術師。
やっぱり
そうとも。で、それがわかるお嬢ちゃんは。ほう、大したもんだ。何もああ、失敗したなこりゃ。面白がって声をかけるんじゃなかったぜ。してるな、お嬢ちゃん。
Pervert. I'm not good at voice acting. Another word she's using, would it be proper?
いや、本気でいい足だ。
あーちゃん。
へえ、いいね。そう来なくっちゃ。話が早いやつは嫌いじゃない。
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not good at voice acting or reading out loud, only in my head.
ランサーのサーバント。
いかにもそういうあんたのサーバントはセイバーって感じじゃねえな。
I don't know why to try to stream this. Archer stays silent, facing off against Lancer's unconcealed bloodlust. There's just under 5 meters between. Lancer's weapon is nearly 2 meters long. It doesn't feel like this beast of a man is going to be deterred by a mere 3-meter difference.
まっとうな一騎打ちをするタイプじゃねえなてめえは。ってことはアーチャーか。
Archer doesn't take the bait. An unusual class of blue and red stare each other down. Tonight, somewhat similarly dressed, mutually calculate the other's demise.
いいぜ。好みじゃねえが出会ったからにはやるだけだ。そら獲物を出せよアーチャー。これでも礼はわきまえているからな。それぐらいは待ってやる。
アーチャー、
I call out to him without getting closer.
あなたの力、ここで見せて。
Was that a laugh? The Red Knight surges forward, his lips curled in response. Wind swirls. Scarlet bullet flies forth, blade in hand. A blue spear thrusts to intercept him. Oh god, I clicked before I read that. Speaking blades, elegant power. Archers put on the defensive, fending off the swift thrust of this short sword. The man in red has stopped in his tracks, the advance denied by the enemy, and even breached the 2-meter coverage of the spear. A polearm wielder can control his opponent's range. Lancer, with his 2 nearly meter reach, simply needs to engage his foe whenever he comes within range. It's easier for him to stab an advancing opponent than it is for him to go after Archer himself. Despite this, Lancer closes the distance himself, brings the attack. Lancer's snarl is fiery. Each thrust Lancer closes in, the assault never letting up for a second. Why do I feel bloody while reading? Battle scene, but I feel like I'm reading smut. Moving in too close is suicide for a spear wielder. The advantage of a spear is the ability to control the enemy's position. Lancer shouldn't have a chance if he keeps closing in. But that's only according to conventional wisdom. Unerringly, unceasingly, Lancer's spear seeks to pierce Archer's throat, shoulder, forehead, heart. Strikes are too swift, even leave an after image. Archer is forced to parry, block, or evade every move with the spear. Any strike if true would be a mortal blow. Still, Archer is a servant, even if he specializes with the bow. He won't be brought down so easily by mundane attacks. The thrust at his forehead is quickly bat aside. And Archer renews his charge in spite of Lancer's spear. One might think that swordplay is all there is to Archer's attacks, exploiting a weakness his tech face. Against the spear's considerable reach, neither retreat nor evasion are viable defenses for long. As half-hearted withdrawal is enough to get out of range, while probing attacks will lead to evisceration. A reckless charge will similarly end in impalement at the end of the spear's range. Archer and Lancer have more or less the same physical stature. Without heavy armor, it's difficult for Lancer to penetrate the lethal form of Lancer's attack radius. But Lancer's strikes are a different story. The high-speed thrusts intended to pierce vital points are indeed terrifying. Each strike has a set trajectory and target. If one can predict these, then there are ways to avoid them. Just as Archer is doing, one can block the strikes aimed at vital points, or just barely evade their arcs to create safe openings. Lancer probably underestimated him as a ranged specialist. Oh god, I forgot to read that. Archer's sword is knocked aside as he twists to avoid being. Lancer's spear does not allow retreat. Or rather, his endless attacks are so fierce and sharp that even servants are doomed against them. We were the ones who underestimated our enemies. That servant, that Lancer's spear can't be described in mundane martial terms. Who could possibly survive such a relentless bizarre barrage? Archer beats a desperate retreat while parrying strikes, creating slightly more distance between the fighters. In that moment, Lancer steps in the gap and unleashes an even more ferocious attack. The storm of attacks is little different from what he's already been doing. But their execution is truly godlike. They've already clashed 10 times. No, it's actually several more times than that. But the torrent of spear strikes increases again in intensity and number, threatening to take Archer's life 1,000 times over. It isn't even changed in speed, but in precision. At a steady pace, Lancer's spirit comes down on Archer like a waterfall. How can Archer get inside his guard? With such a short weapon, all he can do is defend against fear. He has no way to close in on Lancer. Steel vacuum reaches out. I should be backing Lancer up. The right words died in my throat. My magecraft isn't easy to aim precisely. I'd risk hitting Archer too if he can't get away fast enough from Lancer. Meanwhile, Lancer's advantage will only deepen. And to be honest, I'm captivated by the duel, so this is a battle between us. The Holy Grail War is a battle between familiars of the highest order heroic spirit, beings that we mages can't begin to approach. Servants. Familiars divided among 7 classes and roles, serving 7 masters. Supreme familiars called forth by the Holy Grail itself. Familiar is really a misnomer for them. Familiars are supposed to be subservient minions who act on behalf of a mage. Normally you'd imagine something like Puss in Boots, an elegant white bird, or a disobedient black dog, something like that. Those sort of familiars are what a typical mage can do Magic Man. That or golems. Golems are really good familiars. Familiars are just that, in the Latin for a menial servant. It's inconceivable for a mascot used for menial labor to be stronger than its master. Servants are a different story. And they are quite literally the most powerful examples of humanity. Even the five magicians wouldn't be able to control them. I highly doubt that. It's difficult to summon a servant, but not because servants are more powerful than mages. Servants are beings that surpass magecraft. Saber. To be clear, servants are heroes of past, myths, legends, fables, histories. We call glorious superhumans from our traditions heroes, whether the tales are true or not. Immortalized by what humanity says about them, they cease to be merely human after death and ascend to something greater. People who work miracles, save the multitudes, accomplish great feats, are elevated to the status of heroes either in life or after death. They become a type of elemental we call heroic spirits, guardians of the human race. Ugh. It doesn't matter whether they were historical people or characters from mythology. Heroes are created from the thoughts of the people. Imagine them as idols we wish they were and treat them as if they were real. Objective truth is irrelevant. Fame and faith are significant give form to these legends. They are humanity's ultimate ideals, fierce among are humanity's ultimate fears. They can also be said. That is what it means to be a hero and heroic spirit. Naturally, it is impossible for a mere human to control something greater than human. What mages usually do is borrow a portion of the power and imitate their feat. Summoning a complete heroic spirit is simply impossible. Yet the Holy Grail makes it possible. It allows us to summon these spirits in the flesh and even bind them to our command. The sheer absurdity of it proves the Grail's omnipotence. That's how heroic spirits are summoned across time, from the Age of Gods, as recent as a century. They can probably also be summoned across from the times like future. The 7 heroic spirits serve and protect their 7 masters, and each master sends their servants out to the enemy masters. It's a death match between heroes of every age and of every land. That's the story behind the ritual we call the Holy Grail War. Of course, there are limits to what the Grail can do. Even the Holy Grail can't indiscriminately summon mythic beings and elementals. This is a form created by the people is required to materialize the 6 theoretical factors known as demons. Heroic spirits need a material form to operate in this world. This is the temporary label, and where they're allowed to exist in the world. The Holy Grail provides vessels the heroic spirits can easily materialize in called classes. And only heroic spirits that fit these classes can be summoned. A class is like a passport that lets a heroic spirit visit the modern era to act as a familiar. is a material vessel that they can temporarily possess. There are 7 masters and 7 heroic spirits to serve them. Each is assigned one of the 7 classes. Saber, Knight of the Sword. Lancer, Knight of the Spear. Archer, Knight of the Bow. Rider, the Cavalier. Caster, the Mage. Assassin, the Silent Killer. Berserker, the Mad Warrior. Only heroic spirits with attributes corresponding to the 7 classes can be summoned to the modern world, and they become servants whom the Master's command. That's a servant system. Humans summon and make contracts with heroic spirits beyond our ability to handle, all in hopes of obtaining a miracle beyond our ken. It is the greatest of battles that can only happen here in this land, like no other holy grail. The duel reaches an even higher pitch. The short sword goes flying from Archer's hand after blocking one of Lancer's strikes. Lancer's skill is consumed. Stanley's straight thrust is suddenly whipped into disarming Archer's wrist. It was an attack that Archer could have avoided if he saw it coming. There is an effective way to parry the spear with his sword. A forceful block is countered even with a keener strike. While defending with minimal force will never create an opening to exploit. The clash between sword and spear is shaping up into an intense struggle to beat an enemy outside of Archer's reach. There's no hesitation in Lancer, even as he taunts Archer. He pauses from the constant pressure he puts on Archer. Does he intend to settle the duel in an instant? Lancer takes a firmly rooted stance, creating a fiery glare. No unharmed Archer. It happens in an instant, in the span of a breath. Lancer loses a fury of blows, but no less than a flash of light. Imperceptible. Forehead, neck, and heart. Your moves to skewer all 3. And yet, another flash stunners the first that even I could have called. Archer's hand grasps the short sword once more. Like the weapon he used earlier, it's a Chinese sword, not dissimilar to a cleaver, with the great difference between them is a dual wielder, eh? Blade and blade, in each hand he grips a sword which clearly meant to complement the other. Lancer's spears sink through the air. It becomes even faster, as if to herald Archer's certain death. The duel becomes a symphony of clashing blades. 2 steel instruments play a resounding chorus. Sparks the conflict rising to a never-ending crescendo. Their battles like a vacuum, sucks in all the air around it, making me feel like I'll be cut if I even dare to approach. It all happened in an instant, really. As I watched with bated breath, the moment it began to stretch off. Lancer keeps his pillow out of his fatal pocket, while Archer attempts to close the gap with his shield of dual swords. They've clashed over 100 times already, and Archer is losing a weapon each time. But instantly another sword appears in Archer's empty hand, and Lancer's slightly driven back each time. Lancer finally acknowledges his miscalculation. He's no idea who is fighting. But it'd be a mistake to keep dismissing his opponent as a bowman. A space opens up between them. Lancer puts significant distance between them. Maybe he tends to start over. But agility is normal. Archer's charge defies human ability, but he's sluggish next to Lancer. Swiftness of Lancer's retreat had the speeding grace of a leopard.
27それだけ弾き飛ばしてもまだあるとはな。
なんて間抜け。
I'm literally just gonna get through the prologue. It's been like 3 hours. I'm not even done with the prologue yet. Maybe I'll switch to a different game after that. My brain cannot handle reading all this. An odor reaches my nose. The sight of slowly pooling blood makes me realize it's the smell
お
of
ってア
death.
ーチャー。ラン
Follow
サー
him,
はマスター
Archer.
のところ
Lancer
に
should
戻
be
るは
running
ず。
back to his
せめて相手
master
の
if
顔ぐ
we
らい把握
catch
しな
at
きゃ
least
割が合わない。
Light. The sight of their face then tonight isn't a total loss. Archer goes off after Lancer. Only the fallen Sid and I remain in the corridor. I can't look him in the eye, but I have to. My fault. My fault. My fault. Since I was young, since I made up my mind to inherit the Dunsuck legacy, prepared for this. Mages aren't governed by good or evil. If known all along, this path would be a bloody one.
ランサーの槍で一突きか。心臓やられて
My
ちゃ
model freaking out over there. Babble babble. Why you freaking out?
助からない。
I don't know how many seconds ago Lancer killed him. Matter of whether or not he was unlucky to get stabbed through the heart. The blood loss isn't as I expect for destroyed hearts, maybe the injuries are too deep. It might not be too bad, but he's still screwed if blood isn't cut off from his brain. So, yeah. If his heart was wrecked, then he would have died
その割
instantly.
にはまだ死んでないってのは
Still not dead, you're really something. Hard to hear, but barely. Mirrors pick up me breathing that might be a death rattle. It won't be lost long as I'm mute. I don't have the power to save him. I don't even have a way to heal my own wounds.
顔を見ないと。
I have to look into his eyes at least. I start to reach for the face of the prone figure when I realize my fingers don't move. They're shaking. Why? I'm used to this. I've made this choice countless times. I've lost so much to my own mistakes, my own selfishness. Why I've always been ready for this outcome. Then why am I so angry at myself?
似てる
I'm
ような気がして
sorry. I'll keep you company. You deserve that much. I use cold logic to still my trembling fingers and legs. Check the fallen students. A great weight falls onto me. Feels like I've been struck by a hammer. Don't do this to me. Why did it have to be you? Grind my teeth, no longer to brace myself against this. But because I'm truly angry, why did it have to be him? Why him especially? I'm not upset with Lancer for silencing witness as a servant should. But today, at school, today of all days at this hour, you fool, why have you evolved? Sakura's face comes. I'm sure she'll cry. I'll find myself recalling a day after school some years ago. The sky glowed as red, a boy that always ran, and a silly girl that watched him absently from afar. That boy got involved in something he shouldn't have, and now his corpse is in front of me. There's still a way. If I fail, I might lose my trump card, but there's a way to save him. Oh, no, I'd lose it whether this works or not. The outcome is the same to me. This is a mistake. Impending death is a foregone conclusion. It's my fault for not paying attention to what was happening above me. And his fault for having the dumb luck to be here tonight. My father, who left me nothing to remember him by, did in fact leave me this heirloom to help me. The massive store of magical energy meant to be a trump card that helps me win this war. A precious, precious treasure just for.
だからなんだってのよ。
So what, stupid? I turned back and kneeled by the dying boy. Well, that's
やっ
that.
ちゃった
The pen in my hand gets lighter. My father's keep thing is nearly empty. The clink, I dropped it on the guy who was a second away from becoming a corpse.
まあ仕方ないか。
Nothing else I could have done. There really was no other way. I don't have the power or skill to bring someone back to life. Especially not with someone with a destroyed heart. Damaged blood vessels are brain death mere seconds away. All I can do is patch up his missing parts with brute force. Hi Gundy, how are you? Give you a shout out. How's your day going, Gundy? Thank you. How's your day going?
まだ息があるのが運の尽きだった。
You're lucky to still be breathing if you're. Oh wait, I don't have to read. But if he's still alive, I just need to help him the best I can.
失敗してたら目も当てられなかったけど、成功したからいいか。
I would have really hated myself if I. Oh wait, yeah, she's saying that. But I'm not meant to be a voice actor now. Oh, look, the lady should have cut that. Oh really, I'm lying to
行
myself.
こう。済んだことは済んだこと。こいつが目を覚ます前に帰らないと。
I'm doing good. I'm trying to figure out if I want to play something after I beat the prologue for this. It's taking me 3 hours. I'm not done with the prologue. I almost want to play Pete or Helldivers, but really I have no one to play those with. Especially at this hour. On the way home, I remember I left my father's memento at school that was just a pendant with all its magic energy wrung dry.
もういいか。
Oh well, I don't suppose I need it anymore. It might have a little bit of energy left in it, but it's less than the 10 gemstones I'm carrying. What father wanted from me was to have enough magical energy to win the Holy Grail War. Now that I used that resource up, its container doesn't mean much. I arrived home without announcing my return and plopped down on the sofa. Archer still hasn't back yet. I heave a tired sigh and listen to the clock for.
いい加減頭を切り替え。
I'm gonna get my head in the game. After a battle like that, what am I spacing out for?
私。
I jump to my feet and make some black tea. And I think definitely encountered most of all. Oh, there's the menu.
ランサーか。
Lancer, huh?
道具を使われそうになった時は焦ったけど。
I panicked when he seemed about to use Noble Phantasm. It would have been nice to have let us learn who he is. Learning a servant's identity is key to defeating a servant. I hope you had a nice shower, Gundy. With the exception of the idiot who doesn't know his own name, with servant's greatest weakness or identity. Once you learn a servant's name and identity, then you can mostly deduce that heroic spirit's noble phantasm. It goes without saying that since servants are heroic spirits, they have legends associated with them. Unraveling their history can reveal a lot about their abilities. Masters address servants by their class names, hide their true names. The more famous a hero, the more likely the weapons and weaknesses are to be known. A heroic spirit who has become a servant will never willingly divulge their identity. That knowledge is reserved only for their master. The tactic understanding. Oh, I probably should join your server. I was meaning to yesterday when you were streaming. I just this. Raised into care. Was oh, so now I'm both carry. Okay. I'm gonna quickly go to your oh, there's your. I know I'm gonna pull that up and then find your Discord link from there. Because it'd be fun to play a Peek in Discord. Or not Peek in Discord, Peek in Helldivers. But I cannot speak. I've been being forced to voice act, and I do not voice act. I don't know why I decided to play um a what's it called? It's this type of game called a graphic novel, and I do not know how to voice act. I don't have it. I don't have the breath capacity. Alright, I joined your Discord. Okay. Done that. Yeah, just hopped into your Discord, Gundy. There's a tactic, understanding that master conceals their own servant's identity will try and forget the identities of other servants. Including this one, there have been 5 Holy Grail wars thus so far. Oh yeah, now I have to give you the roles. Oh, thank you for joining my Discord. Add role. Throw you on the stream presence regardless. Give you the roles needed to interact with the Discord.
Sit the fuck up straight!
Thank you, Falco, for the posture check.
Drink water. Be
And the
calm.
hydrate. How are you doing today, son? For that, someone needs... Oh god, I can barely read this. My brain does not like reading all this information. Accordingly, it's difficult to summon such heroic spirits. For that, a summoner needs to have a connection to the heroic spirit if they're summoning. The weapon the hero wielded during the lifetime, even the mage association with all its resources, only have a few such items in its possession. That's why most mages, myself including, summon a heroic spirit whom we have an affinity with. The servant's strength is determined by the caliber of the heroic spirit, or so logic goes. Thank you. Here's an exclamation point lyric if you want to do that. Class specific abilities can have large impact on the outcome of a battle. Each of the 7 classes come with additional abilities, and the interaction between those can allow one to triumph over a stronger opponent. To continue the example, it said that the Grey Heroes were defeated by lesser-known heroes in each of the previous 4 wars. As far as I know, the best servant class is Saber. Saber fought until the very end in each of the last 4 wars. Saber, Lancer, and Archer said have powerful magic resistance. Magecraft isn't effective against these 3 classes. After all, they're warriors from Age of Myth and Legend, where magic is still prevalent. Spells cast on modern mages would probably fizzle out on contact. That's why the first 3 classes are considered the most desirable. The other classes to watch out for is Berserker. Falco, after I'm done with the prequel, do you want to play some Helldivers with me? Heroics lose their sanity. As the name suggests, they become crazed warriors and puppets of their masters, but are strengthened beyond the powers that they had in mind. Also worth noting that the stronger a servant is, the greater its burden on its master. Okay, hang on, I'm texting my cousin. In the past, masters who drew berserkers could have controlled their servants and ultimately self-destructed due to running out of magical energy. No exceptions. Okay.
I need more head pats, Oni-chan.
Thank you for the head pat. Of course, in the vast majority of cases, the Holy Grails are won by the summoned servant's abilities. Of course, there are plenty ways of masters to win the battles, but it essentially comes down to fighting between servants. That's why a master needs to commit the utmost diligence and effort to summon a servant. I'm gonna save right here. Okay. I've been... Alright. I'm going to, I'm gonna go ahead and launch... Oh god, I called him Gundai. Welcome, Gundai. Falco, you can join the live. I'm gonna go ahead and launch Helldiver. I cannot, for the life of me, vocalize any more of this. If I keep vocalizing, I'm gonna run out of water. I typically drink a day's worth of water while streaming. I would have consumed a day's worth of water by talking. We launch Helldivers. We'll go around. Check the game garden, bro. How are you doing today, Falco?
I woke up late. Then again, I went to sleep at like 7 a.m.
Category. Go. I mean, technically Helldivers could be considered a horror game.
I mean, there's definitely horror in it.
I mean, it's horror adjacent is what I consider like all things like magic in it.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life. Oh, hello. But freedom doesn't come free. No! Sweet liberty! No! Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next.
I just wanted to do the intro. Well, I wanted to while I was getting everything. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna learn how to use the controller.
I am not going to be very useful for that.
For what?
Learning how to use a controller.
Probably not. But if it irritates me, I can always switch.
Fair enough.
I'm just going down the first kettle. And unlocking it.
All I need to unlock.
It's only the third page, but I want to get everything with... That's with... technically with... I afford any new strategy. Rail rifle.
Are we fighting bots or bugs?
I think bugs.
Alright.
If that's fine with you.
I can fight anything. It doesn't really matter much to me.
Music can't. An anti-personal minefield might be.
It's good for defensive missions.
A launcher. I don't know if anyone. Oh yeah, where's technically goal?
Mission coordinates locked.
Bring those mines.
Oh, I didn't buy the mine.
No, you didn't?
I'll buy them.
Yeah, the mines are going to be good for this mission.
The celebration of Liberty Day is mandatory and fun.
That's our sentry. So, an anti-personal mine. I bought the anti-personal minefield.
I'm going to be bringing turrets.
Okay. Expensive. Minefield. Can I bring my turret as well, or?
It'll be useful.
Now, should I grab a grenade launcher or an anti-tank?
You grab whichever one you think you'll be better with.
Also grab an restaurant.
Helicopter launch initiated.
Andy should be streaming. Training tip manuals. How many ever attempts engaged in spell unless they shoot them? They mustn't believe their lies. Sounds like propaganda at its best.
That's funny.
What?
He kicked me.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying helicopter. diver.
Alright. Here we go.
History will remember your deeds this day.
God, we just had to land in the bug.
That's what this mission is about. I wanted to deploy your mind somewhere over there.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm streaming. Oh, no. Alright, I would move out of the way though.
Requesting sentry.
Isaac?
New mag. Calling down a support weapon.
And I don't know how to use these. Yeah, but I am lost.
Quick tutorial on the grenade launcher. Don't fire it at point blank range. There's an arming timer towards it, which means it only explodes after a certain distance. And it's direct impact, so shoot directly at what you want to explode. But if you shoot it too close, it may just bounce and explode right next to you.
It's a long range only.
Bug tunnel breach.
Close to medium range. At least so long as you know what you're doing.
Oh crud, they got through.
Mag's empty.
Bears don't have unlimited ammo.
Yay!
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
What does that mean I left the combat zone?
It means you're outside of the designated area and it'll kill you in about end of the timer.
Oh, hell no. Hi, Dolphin.
Tagging location. My leg! Bug tunnel breach!
Oh.
I was murderized.
Deploying full replacement.
I was killed too.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Joining the fray.
Requesting air support.
Squad lost. Deploying replacement squad.
Oh boy, this is gonna be rough.
Reinforcements on the way. minutes remaining.
Oh, I got ragdoll from that. Oh, heck nah.
Squad lost. Deploying replacement squad.
I don't
Trapped me
like-
outside the map.
Approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Wow. There's a whole lot of everything.
Good lord. This mission is not okay.
It is a difficulty 6, and we do not have a full squad.
Calling in reinforcements!
I'm bleeding out!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray.
Okay. I probably should have grabbed my anti-tank.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
I have anti-tank, but it's down there in the gulch somewhere.
Nope. Oh god, I can't reinforce that for me. Oh god, bug breath.
Bag's empty.
I'm literally in a spot where I can't.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Like, 1, 2, man.
Calling in reinforcements.
No.
Tagging location.
You still have airstrikes up?
I did, yeah.
Use them. Doesn't matter if it's danger close.
Reinforcement budget depleted. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to deliver.
Alright, so Eagle Air.
Sending in an eagle. Eagle requesting fortification. Bug tunnel breach.
Freedom never sleeps!
Freedom marches onward, thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction. Those who sacrifice for Lady Liberty...
Mission complete. Who cares?
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Well, we've made the mission. And I think it was, yeah, it was an extreme rating. Yeah, I need to turn that down. Then it's just the two of us.
Roger. Pelican 1 will re-attempt pickup at extraction zone. Pelican 1.
Pelican 1, there is no point in extracting. We have all died.
An unmitigated success. Aside from the below-average sample collection, of course.
Below average?
Yeah. You're talking about below average. There was no need for a sample. How do I change
How do you
the lower the
change it?
difficulty?
You have to back out of this menu first.
Oh. What world were we even on?
It's where your ship is.
Yeah, Pyramid.
It probably wants
ship?
us to change planet because this one's locked off.
You must drive the Terminids back from this world. Choose an operation and strike. Our Class A citizens clamor for aid.
Initiating FTL jump to the Fact Bay system. FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
I was so surprised that we managed to
complete the objective?
Yeah, the last time.
You know, mine's great for that.
Yeah. I now know that to be the truth.
Mines aren't great for this kind of mission, though.
So is Gundy not live yet? I was gonna lurk on Gundy's stream, but I don't think he's live yet. No, it doesn't show him as live. Alright, where should we land?
One, two. You want me to bring Chaff Clear or AP?
Gonna Eagle Airstrike. Or should... Do I need the turret?
A turret would be useful?
Got the machine gun.
You might want to bring AT.
Anti-tank?
We probably don't need it for this.
Oh, do you want me to grab the anti-tank?
Go ahead.
Hellpod launch initiated.
I'm gonna call in resupply as soon as we touch ground.
Oh, they're also playing Hellblade.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once more.
Requesting tac map. Full weapon inbound. Tagging map. Northwest. 100 meters.
Alright. I am gonna call in a machine gun first.
Calling down support weapon.
And we have a bunker right here. And you can.
I'm on it.
What do you want me to do with this?
Why is it not letting me do the thing?
I'm on it.
Not giving me the option to hit the thing. Which is stupid. Might have to swap sides. There we go. Game while you do that. Alright.
Okay, so where is our objective?
Our objective is over here. We have another one, which is the big one up here, but I'm heading over to the artillery piece first.
Get the small objective done first.
Yeah.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Artillery pieces are great if you end up running long on missions.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Marking location. North. Never mind.
Oops.
Package acquired.
Did you hit the button on the terminal?
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Thank you much.
Dropping package.
I'm on the terminal.
Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters.
I'll handle the terminal.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Oh, what Strike doesn't want me to get?
It wants you to get to 100%.
I'm on the terminal.
I'm on the terminal.
I almost had it.
Yes, yes, you did.
Objective completed.
I don't think we have any other sub-objectives aside from the artillery piece, but it doesn't hurt to look.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Cancel that.
Good move.
Sending in an eagle. Tack back inbound. Requesting vehicle. Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters. Dropping a pin. Southwest. 100 meters.
What's your weapon wheel set to for controller?
Helldivers never die.
No idea.
Check your holding your D-pad.
I think my weapon wheel is Y.
Requesting air support.
Another buggy man.
Outpost destroyed.
Alright, now to the objective proper.
We got some buggies on us.
Bug breach on you.
Tunnel breach.
How do I throw it?
300 meters. Bag's empty.
Okay.
How many stims do you have?
Injury? What injury? Bag's empty.
Alright.
Here. Freedom requires firepower.
Do you already close the thing?
100 meters.
The bug hole? Yeah.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. On my position.
Oh,
Found something.
wide.
Going down objective equipment.
That's a patrol.
Tagging map. South, 200 meters. Tag's empty.
No more around for now.
I got the terminal. Reloading. I've got you. Check out the terminal.
Cannot see you. I might as well just switch.
Engaging terminal. Reloading.
Means I'm not gonna be able to use my computer.
Alright.
Alright.
I got the terminal.
I have to remember, what's the button for a grenade? Oh, it's G.
G's normally the default.
Tagging map. North. 300 meters.
It's easier to play with mouse and keyboard.
It definitely is.
I mean, the next game I'm doing after this is my collab, so.
Tagging map. Southwest, 100 meters.
Got a sample.
Found something.
Main objective nearby.
You have your turret?
Want me to call it down?
Yeah, now would be a good time.
Requesting tag pack. Calling down objective equipment. Tagging
How do
location.
I don't remember how I called down my equipment on PC.
I try. Have you tried F?
One life for Super
F is hit something.
Found something.
F is melee? Why is F melee?
Oh, it's control. You want me to put down the machine gun sentry?
Marking
Yeah.
location.
Where do you want me to put it?
Never mind.
On ping.
Thing is,
Engaging terminal.
Calling down a sentry.
And we need to clear the pit. Yep, there.
Terminal. Engaging terminal.
That's what I was worried about.
On tunnel breach.
Do that.
Requesting air support.
there ain't no breach no more.
You're very correct.
I guess there is now.
Say hello to democracy.
Yeah, it spawns a new one every time we push forward with the objective. And I hid over here so that I don't get shredded by your turret.
Please,
Danger close.
Bug tunnel breach.
I want to duck.
Dropping item.
I got the terminal.
New mag.
Another step towards galactic
This objective done.
You may extract
There's one nest left.
let's go handle.
Calling down supplies.
Let's rearm real quick.
Freedom forever.
Where's the last bug breach?
There wasn't a bug breach. I didn't let them have one. Rearm. You are running low on stim.
Supplies north.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
No one's super credit farming. You know, a thought occurs. I'm going to be getting most of the heat because you're wearing the stealth armor.
Is this what this is?
Yes, it lowers your detection range by 30%. Pretty good for bots, especially that one since it has more chest protection. But
Requesting air support.
oh, it didn't destroy all of it.
Probably.
Outpost destroyed.
Fixed. You wouldn't mind starting extraction?
I would not mind.
Got a sample.
St. Jude having our backs. My baby's
Calling
back
in extraction.
truly means everything. I didn't even think my baby had a chance.
Pelican 1 returning to extraction point. Please ensure you're inside the extraction radius.
Did you toss the turret down?
Or do you want me to toss it? Oh, right there.
Yeah.
The love of the kids. We just
Requesting sentry.
turning every day that it's going. Thank y'all.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Estuvieron ahí parados.
Sample collected.
merciless donation. Boom. Great gift. I've got so much time to experience my family.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Probably we're gonna show you some warning. When your child gets hurt, just give me some. As father, I'm here to do. There was
I might run around with the coyote for a bit.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
The Great American Army Roadshow Super Sale gigantic end of season clearance has been extended.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
More RVs, more manufacturers, and more savings.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Funny is the best play.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Best play. Tony Award made best play of 2024. It's already a must-see American classic. An absolute triumph. And fully
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Here at the Paramount Theater, October 7th through 12th.
Another sweeping victory for Superbird.
I don't know if you noticed how he was walking there, but that shamble up to the mic was about as high as his energy got for the whole day. The president is so anti-woke, he's barely conscious.
Hey everybody, 5 o'clock in New York. Partially shadowed by Donald Trump's outrageous statements to several hundred generals from all over the world gathered in Washington yesterday that he wanted to use U.S. cities as training grounds. His words to the military was his striking low energy and rambling during his hour-plus speech. From the New York Times reporting on yesterday's address, quote, for a 79-year-old, he's often shown a great deal of energy, but he seemed a bit sapped Tuesday. As his remarks went on and on, his voice took on a more monotonous quality. A day earlier, when he spoke at the White House while standing beside Mr. Netanyahu, Trump sounded out of breath at times, end quote. And from the Washington Post, quote, Trump who draws energy from instantaneous feedback appeared to speak more slowly than usual and in a monotone, seemingly affected by a largely mum audience, end quote. It is true, the generals were a different type of audience than a raucous MAGA Trump fest. Military brass are not supposed to react to political speeches. They are supposed to remain apolitical, and they did. But Trump's demeanor has led to different questions, to questions about whether or not Donald Trump is unwell. Yesterday at this hour, as we were coming on the air in this hour, we started with Democratic Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. She joined us to talk about the government shutdown, but literally seconds before she came on the air, as we saw her getting ready in the shot on the wall, we saw a confrontation take place between Congresswoman and Speaker Mike Johnson. And she confronted him about a lot of things. Frankly, all the things you want to see Democrats fighting for and saying to Republicans, she said, and
one shudders to envisage what repulsive larvae gestates within the glue as we speak.
His immediate response is not to say she's wrong about anything. The president is unhinged. He is unwell. What are you doing?
On your side are too. I don't control.
Oh my God, please. That performance in front of the generals? It's so dangerous. You know I serve on foreign affairs and appropriations. It's the collision of those two things. Our allies are looking elsewhere. Our enemies are laughing. You have a president who is unwell.
Are we going up to difficulty 3?
Folks on your side are too.
Just a medium.
Are also unwell.
Alright.
Okay.
But it should be enough for medium. Should be a decent one for just 2 people, right?
A lot of folks on that side tend to catch the program, so we put together a little highlight reel.
Walking into a room so silent, but that's enough to buy a lot of battleships, Admiral.
to use an old term, I think we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way. You know, when I walk downstairs,
coordinates
I come upstairs, like these stairs, I walk very slowly. Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall, because it doesn't work out well. A few of our presidents have fallen, and it became a part of their legacy. And I was really the stupid person that works for them mentioned the word nuclear. I can't.
Where do you want to
Let
land?
people throw around that word. I call it the N-word. There are two N-words, and you can't use either of them. But the firemen go up on ladders and get people shooting at them while they're up on ladders.
Should probably land over here, cut across.
And I said, don't talk about it much, but I think you have to. Our firemen are incredible.
Want it right here?
Yeah.
I defended them anyway. One of our next guests, Tom Nichols,
I know where you wanted it.
Dean brought up with the speaker, writing this in the Atlantic, that Trump's quote is not okay. Quote, in 1973, an Air Force nuclear missile officer named Harold Herring asked a simple question during a training session. Quote, how can I know that the order received to launch my missiles came from the same president?
Should have ended
The question cost him his career. Military members are trained to execute orders, not to question them. But today, both the man who can order the use of nuclear arms and the man who would likely verify such an order gave disgraceful
Have a grenade launcher.
How many officers left the room asking themselves Major Herring's question? The question is where we start the hour with some of our favorite experts and friends. Staff writer of The Atlantic and a contributor to the Atlantic Daily newsletter, Tom
Bring
Nichols
this
is here.
spear
Also joining us,
gun.
retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling is here. Also joining us at the table, former Assistant U.S. Attorney and President of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, Maya Wiley is here. I'm sure you've heard from all sorts of your own sources. I heard from a couple of mine, and I was interested in the fact that this is the first issue they raised. I mean, of course, there's the objectionable line about our cities being training grounds. There was the whole headset debacle, if you will. But the first thing my sources raised was how Trump seemed, and I wonder if that's what you heard, and that's what you started
launch initiated.
That as I was watching it from the audience I've sat with and lectured to military audiences for most of my adult life. I just had to wonder what they were thinking because, you know, one time I was around senior officers don't have a lot of time to sit and watch footage on cable news. And I think for most of them, this was the first time they really got major helping of improve Trump, and just had to sit there for almost an hour and just watch him. And I and I did hear afterwards there that a lot of folks right now just doesn't seem like he's not okay. I'm saying as a layperson and a man of advancing years myself, that I looked at the president and I thought he's not okay. And then let our enemies choke upon their
lovely.
I think for too long we have been willing to talk about the rambling, you know, what the president tries to call the weed. It's not the weed, it is a kind of emotional disorder condition where he just can't. I think when you're lecturing, speaking to the admirals and colonels, that audience is going to notice a lot more than.
I'm moving to grab the backpack bonus objective.
Sending in an eagle.
It just disturbed me, and I thought it was time to say something.
General Hertling, your thoughts?
Sounds right. I heard from quite a few folks that I used to serve with who were in the audience last night or yesterday, and I heard some of the.
I tried one part of the
was the one that came up with one, and it seemed to be disconnected thoughts. And I'd agree completely. When you know you're going into an audience of that kind of folk. The people who are the generals and admirals generals and their senior enlisted advisors, you know you got to be on your game. You got to talk straight. You really got to be precise in your language. In fact, that's one of the things I learned at the Woods College from a guy like Tom, saying, you know, precise language is critical, and communication is important when you get to the strategic rank, because what you say is what people act on. One of the individuals that I talked to yesterday, last night, said that, and I know this guy, he likes to take very meticulous notes, and he was saying he gave up taking notes halfway through the speech because none of them were connecting, and were not something he could take back to his speech. And that's sort of a sad thing to say when you're talking about the commander-in-chief.
Maya, let me just put
Not sure what killed you.
everything that's in the public record.
Grenade backfire.
In 2017,
Oh, did you just hold it in your hand?
No, I threw it and didn't run away fast enough.
Okay. Fair enough. You might want to back off.
To try to minimize or take away some of an American president's nuclear authority as the senator. The measure failed. In 2018, then writing as anonymous, but we've since learned that it was Miles Taylor, wrote this: given the instability many witnessed, there were early whispers within the cabinet of invoking the 25th Amendment, which would start a complex process for removing the president. The no one wanted to precipitate a constitutional crisis. We will do what we can to steer the administration in the right direction until one way or another it's over. From 2017 until it ended, every reporter covering the White House had Signal and WhatsApp on their phone because people inside the White House leaked all the time about the things that were happening. That is where the body of information came from, people inside the House. And I would say after the January 6th, after the insurrection, we heard Kevin McCarthy's voice on tape from two journalists who, I think at the time were at Politico, talking about the 25th Amendment a second time. So I never heard it being discussed.
Alright, let's move.
Ever. For Trump, the first time around, there were two instances that became public where Republican allies talked about removing him from office using the 25th Amendment. Well, I think this is one of the things that's so frustrating for many of us in this moment, which is we have a presidential election. We have that whole record that you just shared. We had a presidential election where so much attention was being given to Joe Biden's age without what felt like equal time and attention to the
Why did you
capabilities
want
of Donald Trump.
that?
That was very
I didn't mean to.
And that seemed very unbalanced. But I also want to go one step deeper because we're talking about a level, and we heard the word earlier, unhinged. Not just unwell, unhinged. And so it's both about what does it mean to have a president who has the capacity, the mental and other capacity to be a commander-in-chief. But we're also watching this unhinged, unwell person doing what I would consider to be an attempt at a propaganda in front of and using the nation's military leaders as a prop in that propaganda for a discussion that included things that were outwardly racist, that were suggesting that our war with the quote-unquote inner cities as we're watching crossing the red line, and something that is disturbing to many in the military about how we're even seeing them being used. So in addition to the nuclear codes, it's actually the way in which this is becoming propaganda to wage war on quote-unquote enemies within, on us. On a man who just talked about the N-word not being abused. I'm sorry, someone who has reportedly used the N-word, but has the administration now and a secretary who sees it as in their mission to make us the enemy, and that is more than unwell. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's the two halves of it, though, right? I mean, these are either orders and utterances to describe an invasion. Is it the first
Why do you have a shovel?
The concept of an invasion, which in his second term, of course, he used it as his rationale for invoking the Alien Enemies Act, but that did not buy that there is no invasion.
By the way, if you're saying things, you're getting drowned out by the news.
What Trump talked about on the campaign trail.
Yeah, dinner's being made.
Sort of powder keg.
Why do I have a shovel?
For a democracy, and you marry it with your analysis
don't know.
about whether or not he's all right, and it brings into sharp relief the people around him. What do you see there?
Must have picked it up somewhere.
Great question, because in the first Trump term, you know, I think Donald Trump's unstable,
100 meters.
That's right, unhinged for a long time. But in the first Trump term, there were people who were no prejudice. None of us are going to let this guy go unsupervised. It's a dangerous world. We can't, you know, afford the kind of thing that can happen if he flies off the handle and there's nobody there to stop it. The people around him now don't care. They're true believers who think that Donald Trump is, you know, on some kind of mission to save America from its own citizens. Or they're opportunists. You know, just soulless opportunists who just don't care. And that is really the part of all of it. Because, you know, the two things, I watched that meeting, and there were people sitting there saying, at this moment, and by the way, right now, at this moment, the president is doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's carrying a little book the size of a playing card that carries
Yay.
1,600 strategic nuclear weapons. The president, in the next 20 minutes,
Oh, moving on.
killed hundreds of millions of people, and nobody could stop him. And we never
Can I drop a weapon?
Until, you know, he starts at the end.
There is a way to drop a backpacked weapon, but you should probably just replace it with something else.
The enemy from within. He may think that's a great rally speech, you know, at some mega gathering. But to those general nationals, what he's saying is your fellow citizens, the people you are sworn to defend and protect. And I think he just doesn't understand that. And I think that yesterday was a really appalling day. But I'm kind of glad, and it's going to sound strange. I don't, it's going to sound weird to say it, but I'm almost glad. And I'm glad that this happened in front of a military audience so that, you know, everybody involved can see what's going on.
Well, and these were the sort of facts that have been reported by journalists. General John Kelly and John McGinn. That's sort of an unofficial pact that I'll stick it out alone and you stick it out. Kelly would go on to describe Donald Trump as both the most damaged human being he'd ever known, and issued a very rare public warning to the country that he wanted to be a dictator. Matt was put in and resigned for cause, stayed at the Pentagon, and I think left when he felt that some of the policy making, I believe it was inexperienced, was against U.S. national security.
I killed
Jasper and Milley had a pact to depart Hugh and Miller together over the use of the insurrection.
Alright, time to push to the point.
To the streets of American
Otherwise, we're gonna
cities,
get stuck in an endless fight.
there was a conversation recorded in one of the books written about the first term. And Barr and Ray sort of had a pact. So Barr writes about how he was protecting Chris Ray, both of them lifelong Republicans. But people tasked to run the National Security Agency. Every person I just named is now one way or another an enemy or perceived enemy of Donald Trump. And I wonder, General, what you think that means about hearing U.S. national security content?
Great question. I'm going to follow along with what Tom just said, Cole, because when I read Tom's article last night, a couple of things stuck with me. And the first one was the example of the individual that said, can I feel trust in obeying the order of the president? We have had problems. We have had presidents who have been levels of dysfunctional.
The big ones unload into their heads.
But when we're talking about this particular president, not only have to look at the individual, but it gets to what you just said. You have to look at the people around him. I'm not going to talk about the first Trump administration because there was some quality people that needed logic and reason in that case. When you look at this administration, there are some folks who are out there, and they're not consolidated and corroborating and, you know, coordinating their. There are a lot of independent actors, it seems to me. And I'm going to go to the trust issue again with the soldiers in the field. What I think individuals took away from that session yesterday is, can we trust him, and can we trust the people around him? That's the factor that concerns me. You know, in the first Trump administration, you had Mattis, like you just said, and Kelly, some really logical, pragmatic people in government. Secretary Hegseth was followed by Trump yesterday. And I think the men and women in that room yesterday saw both edges of that. And then they look around at the rest of the administration, and you see a bunch of people who are out for power as opposed to improving the state of America and caring for its citizens. And you also have that in the Congress and the Senate of the United States. So all of that combines to be very troubling for a soldier like me that's out in the field now.
Throwing grenade.
Are the orders I'm going to ask to execute, first of all, are they legal? And then do they make sense? And do they contribute to the national security of the nation? Or are they some fever dream of people who are in trouble?
I want to press all of you on these questions that just seem so central.
Tunnel breach.
The things that in the past no one really had to worry about, the fitness of the commander-in-chief. I also want to ask all of you about something everyone said during the first term, that we could survive 4 years of Trump, but 8, no way. Looks like we're in for all 8. Also ahead for us, the power of us, the American consumer, the American voter, the American people, regular people, not office holders, not news hosts, not people with public platforms, to stand up against businesses, to perpetuate the Trump and make a real and immediate and massive impact. We're learning just how strong the pushback from consumers against Disney has been, and how many subscribers they actually lost in those days. The aftermath of Disney's Kimmel suspension. Why not just even
Mind that if you can.
What?
Mind
that if you can. Mind what? The bug breach.
This is vital for phone.
Eagles back from the nest.
It's formulated for high shortness, but it's general on stuff. You know, the brand name.
Sample collected.
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Alright. We have one spot to go to.
Overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant.
And we are done here.
Dr. Alvin is related central 6 due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, appetite, and fatigue are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks. Vraylar. Ask about Vraylar.
Waiting for you to catch up.
Network just did 100 million visits. What every month? .com, the place to find a place.
Ain't some of us. Bakery smells like us.
I think the game froze. Oh, the game just crashed.
Oh boy.
Sent to Oz with snip. I gained sent to Oz. Yours now.
Injuries from the accident impacted our health, finances,
Oh,
and
dear.
quality of life. It affected our entire family.
Thank goodness we. Real loved ones been injured in a car accident.
I'll relaunch it.
And gas law.
Okie dokie. I'm still in the mission if you want to join me and finish it up.
Sometimes the different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway. It's tolling now. Get it good to go past.
I'm not launching Kingdom Hearts.
Season clear extended through that mall. Purchase traveling RV sales, there's no need to shop around. See more RV, more manufacturing, more savings at this one event at prices that must go now. Trades well, whatever you do. Don't miss the American RV Roadshow Super Sale extended through Sunday at the Kids Mall in Silverdale. Parking and admission are free. Hurry, 5 days. Time when the best show what they're made of. Got this.
What we're looking to do is educate, lead. We are back with Tom Nichols, General Hurling, and Maya Wiley. Maya, let me read you this in Politico. This is some reporting about what the general thought. Numerous defense officials who watched senior brass scramble to Washington and then sit through a partisan speech from Trump and a return to old school military standards by Hegseth were left wondering why the event occurred at all. The meeting took place hours before a lengthy government shutdown that struck some officials as a distraction that threatens to shift the military's focus away from foreign threats toward an unprecedented domestic role. Not quite a loyalty test, but on the spectrum of loyalty to ideology, said a second defense official. Total waste of money. Only we've been warned that this is what Trump planned to do. Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris warned of this. So did General John Kelly and others. Reported by Bob Woodward, we heard that Tim Mattis and Mark Milley believed that Donald Trump was fascistic to the core. Kelly said he was the very definition of a dictator. And again, the Democrats who ran against these arguments. What do you think it was about?
I don't think it wants to work for me.
From Democrats that people didn't.
I don't think it does either.
Well, actually, I think a lot of people believed it. And
or maybe it doesn't like stream.
It was less about whether there were a lot
You might dislike how much you have going on.
To vote because of their concerns.
Probably, since I can play it just fine without.
Also, a lot of people were just concerned about their daily lives, and this was something you and I talked a lot about during the election cycle, and who wanted something very different from government on domestic, on what's happening right here at home. A lot of people sat home. We forget that about this election. Not that there was some landslide.
And it's ironic because the game itself doesn't show as a stop yet either.
From my vantage point, from a lot of people I work with and talk to, particularly in communities of color, but in the civil rights community more broadly, is all the people who felt like we actually need something radically different from government.
Okay.
We don't want status quo and business as usual.
That doesn't want.
And so the motivation to even turn out was about what's going to happen to our lives. But I think this is the moment, and this is, and I actually agree with Tom, and including all the complexity about saying this, but good this happened, because it's a reminder as we're watching the scenes of ICE agents, like you showed with my friend Brad Lander, throwing a mother to the ground, by the way, with a child watching, father being ripped from the family, that we're watching literally and hearing from courts raising the alarm bells about seeing National Guard engaged in local law enforcement. And now a Supreme Court that says, by the way, you have permission now to just pull people aside and violate their rights because of the way they look or where they work. Things that are so fundamental to what even were happening at home. And, you know, I just, because retired Major General Eaton, actually, from Vote Vets, posted something that I thought was actually important also to name here. Is he posted a scathing statement about what we've been talking about. But one of the things he said is veterans' families are struggling. The families of people who are in service are struggling with inflation. And you do this and spend all this money to do this in front of our generals, making us less safe at a time when our people have more need. And I think that is the inflection point that we actually have to understand this representing. That not only are we less safe internationally, not only are we less safe in terms of what our military is supposed to be doing. We're actually distracting our military into serving a war on us. That's what's happening in DC. That's what's happening in Los Angeles. That's what's happening in Chicago. That's what's.
Oh,
I mean,
I don't know what to
watching this play
play.
out and promises to play it out more. And it is from a playbook from people who are, to General Hertling's point, not the folks who are willing to say there is a red line and we won't cross it and we're going to stay inside to hold that line, but from people who are happy. Showing it, making it plain, having it out there in public is better than it being hidden behind rhetoric.
Oh God.
To Maya's point, Tom, this is before the shutdown, but after all the Doge cuts, which indiscriminately hurt veterans and
I
veteran
don't
services.
know what
or the
just
CDC
happened,
cuts,
but
which disproportionately impacted veterans' health care, veterans' cancer research, veterans' scientific advances.
this
What do you
thing
make of this
working?
decidedly anti-veteran administration?
Discord, the audio isn't working for me for whatever reason. I can see myself talking. Can't hear anyone else talking.
Remarkable to me that they notice it. Policies, exceptionally. Maya's talking about going after immigrants and putting the military in cities, but the day-to-day, a lot of what's happened over the past 8 months really falls on people that supported.
Can you hear me, Falco?
Return to office. Remarkable that
I can't hear what you say. I can see you respond, but I can't
on this assumption that the people listening to them are just too stupid to get how big the lie is. And I think that's really unfortunate. I mean, to Maya's point about how many people sat home, I think part of the problem is that people just don't draw a tight enough connection between what happens in politics and then the terrible things that happen in their lives. They kind of react with sort of electoral irritation if prices are high. But they have a hard time following all the steps to a hospital closing because of a decision made 3 months earlier. I found this going back to this meeting.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, but my sound has crashed completely.
Use nuclear weapons, and you'd be surprised how many people
No.
in public venues saying that they just hadn't known this, that they hadn't really
I
thought
think
about
I'm gonna
this.
have to go and try to figure out what just happened.
Richard Nixon walk onto the road.
I double checked my inputs,
I think there's been this
and it's
disengagement from
either the
politics
mic's
that has
being
really
weird.
worked to Trump's advantage and allowed him to hurt the people that support him without them even realizing it.
So interesting, and certainly
I don't know what
profound, really
going on,
Tom
but
Nichols, General Marker,
I'm going to wait out for the morning, figure everything out, and come back at dinner.
When we come back, it just might be a template for how to take on everything we see and don't like, as well as authoritarianism.
I need to figure out
bowing by the hour, by the day, to Donald Trump's whims. How consumers
how and what happened
and quickly and reinstate Jimmy Kimmel
before my collab at 5.
Push back. That's next.